Chapter 1536. The two of them had no way of sneaking out, so they purposely ran into Xianxia Alley, thinking that they would be able to get rid of those gangsters quickly. Little did they know that Xianxia Alley had started to be renovated after they had not gone out for more than 40 days. Fortunately, there was a construction site here. Wu Bingqing directly snuck into the construction site office and called the school. Otherwise, they would not be able to make it back to school on time. The exit permit only lasted for 5 hours, and now more than 3 hours had passed. Su Wen looked at the time and felt a little anxious. What should we do? It's almost time to enter the school. Will we be late? Although Su Wen's father was in the military, she had always been carefully taken care of by her family. Although she was not arrogant, she was a well-protected and delicate girl. One must know that her father had forced her to enter the military school in order to get rid of her arrogance. Her family was well off, and she had received a good education from a young age. From kindergarten to high school, she had attended a famous school in Beijing. Although her classmates had bumped into each other and fought with each other, Su Wen had never been in a fight before, let alone encountered something like today. If the male students in her class had not appeared in time, Su Wen might have really been dragged into the car. Now that she thought about the previous scene, Su Wen's calves were still trembling. However, if it had been in the past, she would have been scared to tears. She would not be able to calmly think about whether her classmates would be late. However, Wu Bingqing shook his head. No, the reason why I asked Lu Yang to call Yi Qian out is because I know that Yi Qian is a very punctual person. She will not let us be late. You don't have to worry about that. Dabing, guard your back. Don't get ambushed. He also reminded the other male student, Yuan Dabing. His words made the other 3 people sigh in relief. Indeed, Yi Qian would definitely watch the time carefully and not let them be late. Now, they did not know how many people she would bring out. 5 should be possible, but 10 was unlikely. There were a total of 45 people in the class, and 10 people had already come out. If 10 more people came out, almost half of the class would come out. It was impossible. 5, there should be 5. But before Yi Qian arrived, the 4 of them had to be careful and hide. They had been military academy students for a few months since the summer break, so they more or less knew a little about tactics. The 4 of them arranged for Gu Jinglin and Wu Bingqing to watch the front while Yuan Dabing watched the back. As for Su Wen, she was temporarily allowed to rest. Just now, when she was pulled back from the gangster's hands, her small face was pale. It was obvious that she was scared to death. Outside, more than 20 hooligans were holding steel pipes and intentionally banging on the ground in the alleyway, making ping 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 sounds everywhere. The arrogant words coming out of their mouths never stopped. They knew that the person was in Xianxia Alley. Although they hadn't found him yet, they would definitely come here. They would block the entrance and exit. Let's see how long they could hide. How dare they embarrass me? I'll beat them to death. To them, fighting was a common occurrence. Today, they had lost face in front of their brothers. If they didn't get back at them, how were they going to survive? Fighting was their favorite method, but they were all cowards. They didn't dare to come out and fight alone. They loved to call a group of people, thinking that they were aggressive and very impressive. Actually, to put it bluntly, it was all for the sake of their face. Gu Jinglin and the others pulled Su Wen and ran, making the hooligans think that the other party was easy to bully. Being slapped in the face by someone easy to bully was even more embarrassing. If they didn't get back at them, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads. Chapter 1537. For the gangsters, their reputation was more important than their lives. Xianxia Alley was not far from the school. It was a 6-stop bus ride. Yi Qian, Song Zhiqiu, and Lu Yang got off the bus and headed straight for the place Wu Bingqing had told them about. The 3 of them trotted, for fear that their classmates would have been taken advantage of if they were late. There was a steel pipe support at the entrance. Several workers wearing construction helmets were squatting by the side, smoking and chatting. They did not care about the sound of ping ping pang pang coming from inside. It was normal for construction sites to make such sounds. The workers walked past them without stopping them, but raised their heads to look at them. Although Xianxia Alley was being renovated, there were still some residents who had not moved out in time. The construction team could not wait that long. They were working while waiting for the residents to move out. It was normal for people to come in and out. However, there were a lot of new faces coming in and out today. Seeing Yi Qian and the other two enter the alley, the construction workers continued to rest and chat. After entering the alley, Yi Qian saw 6 young men with steel pipes in their hands. They were standing unsteadily without any proper posture. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes slightly. No wonder Gu Jinglin and the other 3 had to hide. They had controlled objects in their hands. If they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. They have steel pipes in their hands. Lu Yang muttered softly. He, who was originally walking side by side, was 1 step slower. He walked behind Yi Qian and said, Yi Qian, you walk in the middle. Don't panic. I saw a lot of planks just now. Let's take a plank to defend ourselves later. Song Zhiqiu turned her head to look at Lu Yang. Inadvertently, she saw Lu Yang raise her right hand and gently caress her left wrist. Vaguely, Song Zhiqiu seemed to see thin silver ornaments wrapped around her hand. Without thinking much, she said to Lu Yang, don't be too nervous. Let's find everyone first. I am not nervous. Yi Qian is a girl. It's normal for a boy to protect a girl. Lu Yang swallowed with difficulty. The expression on his face was a little tense. It could be seen that he was actually nervous. It felt a little strange to be protected by a boy. Other than her comrades covering and protecting each other on the battlefield, Yi Qian had never been protected by a boy in real life. During the first class of the semester, the teacher came in and wrote the word comrade on the blackboard. Then, he called out names from the roster and asked the freshmen to stand up and explain what a comrade was. After everyone's explanation, the teacher wrote a line of words on the blackboard. The person who can carry you back from the pile of corpses is your comrade who will never leave you. This sentence really shocked all the students. The only ones who can leave danger to themselves and safety to you are your comrades. You are me, and I am you. We trust each other, rely on each other, and protect each other. The first class of the semester was a class that struck directly at their hearts. Lu Yang was nervous, but he still subconsciously knew to protect his comrade. This was how a comradeship was built. Let's settle this peacefully first. If it doesn't work out, we'll settle it with violence. Yi Qian did not let him go last. The 3 of them stood side by side again. In my opinion, these people are just tigers made of paper. If they really fight, they will be more cowardly than the other. Years ago, Luo Ran led a group of gangsters. Brother Huang, who was the leader, also came fiercely. In the end, 1 or 2 of them knelt down in fear and begged for mercy. It could be seen that gang fights were generally done by cowards. Why would a daring person need to ask for help? He could directly kill everyone single-handedly. Chapter 1538. Lu Yang was a little nervous at first, but after hearing what Song Zhiqiu said, he felt a little funny. Looking at those people who were wearing all kinds of tight pants and wrapped their bamboo-like legs, he couldn't help laughing out loud. They are as thin as hemp sticks. I think I can beat 2 of them by myself. Anyway, he was a man with some abdominal muscles. Don't be so confident. Don't let Yi Qian protect you. Song Zhiqiu laughed in a low voice and teased Lu Yang. She said half-jokingly, later, we just need to protect ourselves. Don't drag Yi Qian down. His cousin had said that she could beat 10 people by herself. He didn't doubt it. Looking at her indifferent expression and her slightly raised eyes, there was a hint of disdain in them. She didn't take these young people seriously at all. It could be seen that she was very confident. Yi Qian asked him with a smile, "How many can you beat?" 3. 3 is enough. 5 is not enough. Song Zhiqiu put her arm around Lu Yang's shoulder, raised her eyebrows, and said with a smile, "We should have a chance of winning." Yi Qian's smile deepened. "You can deal with 3, Lu Yang can deal with 1, and Gu Jinglin and the others can join the fight. The chance of winning is still quite big." Before the fight started, they had divided the tasks. This was called a battle with a plan. The 6 young people guarding the door were talking with steel pipes in their hands. When they saw someone coming in, they couldn't help but raise their heads to look over. With a little bit of fierceness in their eyes, they stared straight at Yi Qian, who was walking in the middle. "Excuse me." "Thank you." Yi Qian stood in front of them with a faint smile and bowed first. The young man in the middle stared at Yi Qian a little obscenely. He spat out the betel nut residue in his mouth and walked up to him with a smile. "Beauty, where are you going? Do you need us to give you a ride?" Looking at him, "I really want to beat him up." Lu Yang and Song Zhiqiu stepped forward at the same time and stared at the young man who spoke. Song Zhiqiu said in the local dialect, "Please make way." "Thank you." She bowed again. Someone shouted from inside, "Fuck, did you guys manage to defend it? Did anyone come out?" "No, our brothers are guarding it." The young man who had blocked Yi Qian and the other 2 came back. The moment he opened his mouth, the smell of betel nut in his mouth was so strong that it made one nauseous. "Brother Hui, there's another great beauty outside. Do you want to come out and take a look?" Laughter came from inside. "Looks like Brother Hui's luck with women is not bad today. Brother Hui, do you want to go outside and take a look? Leave the inside to the brothers. As long as they haven't escaped, we'll definitely find them for you." "Fuck, don't talk nonsense with me. Find those who dare to not give me face first." He definitely didn't run out. Keep a close eye on him. Look for him in the unlocked house. Damn it, if I find him, I'll beat him up. Beat them to death. There were not many residents going in and out. The young man who was talking inside became more and more arrogant, as if he was the biggest boss in the whole world. He was the young man who Su Wen had accidentally dropped the ice cream on his coat. He was tall and strong with a crew cut. There were 5 or 6 earrings in one ear and a string of flamboyant silver jewelry around his neck. He was chewing betel nut in his mouth and walked energetically as if there were lice on his body. The other 20 or so young men were basically dressed in the same way. There were silver jewelry around their necks. Some wore black jackets, and some wore denim shirts. Their pants were either loose jeans or tights. There was a silver chain hanging from the side of their belts. Their clothes, appearance, and speech were completely different from those of Yi Qian and the others. Chapter 1539. When the young man who was blocking Yi Qian outside heard the voices inside, he laughed heartily and said, "Huizi, don't regret it if you don't come out. The beauty will be snatched away by me later." Even his laughter was annoying. Lu Yang and Song Zhiqiu's faces darkened. "We're going in to find our friends. Please make way for us." Yi Qian didn't look angry at all. He had a faint smile on his beautiful face, like a lotus blooming with dew in summer. When he smiled, the petals made people want to pick them up and smell their fragrance. The young men's eyes were fixed on her. She was a real beauty. With a covetous look, they stared at her and said frivolously, "Beauty, don't be so heartless. You're not in a hurry to find your friends. Come and chat with us first." "I'm sorry. I'm really going to find my friends," Yi Qian said again. There was no change in his expression and words, but his eyes were cold. The young men didn't know what was good for them and moved closer to Yi Qian. "Why don't we go with you to find your friends? After you find your friends, you can play with us." I'm sure you won't refuse this arrangement. Beauty, Brother Cheng likes you, so he wants to play with you. Don't be so ungrateful. Exactly. You should know what's good for you. It's your honor that Brother Cheng likes you. If you refuse, Brother Cheng will let you go, but we won't let you go. When we use force, don't be afraid that we won't be polite. Lu Yang was furious. Hey, don't go too far. Boy, how can you talk like that? Two young men in black tights jumped out immediately. In order to show off, they patted their hands with the steel pipes in their hands. If you don't want to be beaten, you'd better get out of here. Song Jiqiu pulled Lu Yang back. Don't be impulsive. Follow Yi Qian. Until now, Yi Qian was very calm. It seemed that he had other plans. Moreover, she felt that Yi Qian seemed to be gentle on purpose. He should be like her, who would be polite first and then use force. Thinking of the key point, Song Jiqiu whispered to Lu Yang. Yi Qian told the teacher that she would be reasonable first. Now, she was being reasonable. After we've reasoned with them, we'll find Su Wan and the others before we make other plans. What he meant by making other plans was naturally fighting. Alright, then can you all step aside and let me in? Just as Song Jiqiu had expected, Yi Qian had indeed planned to do so. He agreed with a smile and waited for them to step aside. No matter what, finding Su Wan and the others was the most important thing. Once everyone was found, there was no need to be distracted by fighting. Yi Qian and the young man walked in front. Whenever the young man spoke, Yi Qian would reply politely without a trace of anger. However, when the young man wanted to touch her, she glanced at him and said calmly, "Watch your step. Don't break your hand." His casual words made the heart of the young man called Brother Cheng tremble fiercely, and he obediently withdrew his hand that was about to reach out. In front of them, there was a frame covered with a green net to prevent sand from splashing. Before Yi Qian walked over, Gu Jinglin, who was guarding inside, had already seen her. Coming, Yi Qian is here. He even brought people here. 1, 2, 3. He counted quickly and said happily, "Awesome, there are 9 people here. Almost half of the students in our class are here." Chapter 1540. He didn't take a good look at who they were. After counting the number of people, he turned around and talked to the students behind him. When Yi Qian and the others came closer, he realized that he didn't know anyone other than Yi Qian, Song Jiqiu, and Lu Yang. Moreover, they were dressed like the gangsters who were chasing after them. No way. Gu Jinglin's heart sank. The 4 of them hadn't gotten away yet, and they had dragged Yi Qian and the others down with them. It's over. Yi Qian and the others still have 6 people behind them. We haven't gotten away yet, and now we've dragged her down with us. Gu Jinglin stared outside and quietly said to the students behind him, "Brothers, when we get out later, I'll leave my back to you. No matter how hard they fight, we can't be separated." They were all smart and knew what to do with just a little reminder. Wu Bingqing said, "We'll stand back to back in a circle. If one of them throws a steel pipe at us first, just reach out and grab it. You must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Grab it and use it as a self-defense weapon. Fighting against 23 steel pipes with my bare hands, it's a bit hard to grab this one." Yuan Dabing bent over and said carefully, "My back is also in your hands later. Don't let them hit the back of my head." Yi Qian got closer and closer to them. Finally, he stood in front of the support and said to the young man, "My friend is resting here. Do you want to go in and take a look?" Damn it, they're with them. The young man finally realized that he had been fooled. His cheeky smile turned into anger. They've got guts. How dare they trick my brother Cheng? After that, he shouted toward the alley, "Huizi, call the brothers over. The people you found are all hiding here. They've got guts. They even called for help to deal with us. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the alley. More than 10 gangsters rushed toward the support. Gu Jinglin was the first to come out of the support. He said to Yi Qian, "We've caused a bit of trouble." "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. It's nothing." Yi Qian shook his head with a smile and asked Su Wen, who came out later, "Su Wen, are you okay?" Su Wen stood beside Yi Qian and said, "She's fine, she's fine. She had a big scare earlier, but she's fine now. She's fine." She moved closer to Yi Qian and said uneasily, "Gu Jinglin and the others said that if we can't win, we should run out and call for help. Do you think anyone will come in to help us?" "I won't." Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh. "They all have steel pipes in their hands. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke them. They would only stay far away to avoid getting involved and injuring themselves." This was human nature. Su Wen's face was a little pale. The group of people who were looking for them were walking towards them with steel pipes in their hands. Su Wen was so scared that his shoulders shrunk. But he didn't hide. He stood beside Yi Qian and gulped. He said without backing down, "Then we can only fight them head-on." Gu Jinglin said that we should form a circle, back to back. Whoever hits us with a steel pipe, we'll snatch it from them first. Military school students were strong when they met strong opponents. What's more, they were up against a group of scum. Yi Qian smiled until his eyebrows were curved. Military school students had always been very united. "Okay, but you have to remember to protect your faces. You can't show any external injuries." On the other side, Brother Hui, who was looking for trouble with Su Wen, came over. When he saw Gu Jinglin and the 7 of them, he said without hesitation, "Beat them up. Beat them up hard. Beat them until they're kneeling and begging for mercy." This, kneeling and begging for mercy. Chapter 1541. When it came to fighting, the goal was always to end it quickly. Whoever beat the other to the ground first would have a clear winner. But there was also the concept of fighting. Fighting was a civil matter, and it was a case of private prosecution. If you hit me with your fists, I hit you with my fists, and it was basically over. Fighting was more serious and was considered an illegal act. Depending on the severity of the case, there would be certain punishments and fines. For example, fighting with controlled items was not called fighting, but breaking the law. Yi Qian and the others were acting in self-defense. If they did not fight back when they were attacked, they would be really stupid. They would just be waiting to be beaten to a pulp. The other party often fought and had a certain amount of experience. They planned to take turns fighting Yi Qian and the others. The young man who had stopped Yi Qian earlier said with a fake smile, "Take turns. The brothers outside can't squeeze in. Be careful not to hurt your own people." Yi Qian said to Su Wen beside him, "Fight boldly. We are acting in self-defense. Don't be restrained. Before we came, I told the instructor that you guys were in trouble. That can also be said." "How did the instructor react at that time?" Su Wen rubbed her wrist. She was clearly a delicate girl, but now there was a murderous look on her face. The military academy was a place to change people. No one was born a soldier, and after being changed, trained, and improved step by step, they finally became a qualified soldier. Su Wen belonged to this kind of military academy student who grew up step by step. There was no time to talk. The young men surrounding them picked up their steel pipes and began to beat them up one by one. Beat them until they kneel and kowtow. Brothers, don't be polite. These people are obviously students. Beat them up. Ha ha ha, they can't even hide it. If the school finds out, they will all be expelled. Yi Qian picked up a red brick unhurriedly and smiled at the ruthless young man. There's a difference between fighting and fighting. I think you guys don't want to go to the police station. As for us, we don't want to either. Controlled items are a little dangerous. If someone uses too much force and their head explodes, it will be a life for a life. Let me give you a suggestion. Although you're here to look for face and show off your might, why don't you fight with your bare hands? To be honest, if I'm the only woman who sees you like this, I'd like to give you 2 words: cowards. 23 of them surrounded the 7 of us, yet they were still afraid that they wouldn't be able to win. They even brought their controlled items. Since you're here to show off, why don't you show off even more? I also like those with a bit of personality. 8 at a time. Let's go to the side and spar a few moves with our bare hands. How about that? Her words were meant to arouse the temper of this group of people. She had lured 8 of them over by herself. There were still 15 of them left, which would be enough for Song Zhiqiu and her companions to fight for a while. When Song Zhiqiu and her companions finished the fight, Song Zhiqiu and her companions could come to support them. The young man called Brother Hui spat on the ground and waved his hand. Throw away all the fucking pipes in your hands. 8 of you, come. Except for Song Zhiqiu, who was not surprised, the rest of the students were all shocked by Yi Qian's words. Even if they wanted to persuade him, it was too late. Song Zhiqiu stepped aside and fought against 8 people by herself. Seeing this, Brother Cheng smiled. He waved the steel pipe in his hand and took the lead to rush up. The steel pipe was the first to hit Song Zhiqiu. Wu Bingcheng, who stood aside, shouted loudly, "Watch out." As he shouted, he raised his hand and tried to catch the steel pipe that was swinging over. Song Zhiqiu reacted quickly. She grasped the wrist of her opponent directly and squeezed the steel pipe backward. Then, she lifted her foot and kicked the lower part of her opponent's belly hard. She said to Wu Bingcheng, "Kick here." She was experienced in fighting. Chapter 1542. Song Zhiqiu's move really shocked Wu Bingcheng. He felt that she was so awesome. You are so awesome. Wu Bingcheng grabbed the steel pipe and hurriedly blocked the steel pipe that was swung at him. He was already full of admiration for his classmate. He is so awesome. Have you learned it before? He was still in the mood to chat in the face of fighting and killing. It could be seen that he had good psychological quality. Song Zhiqiu kicked away a young man who was shouting and rushing at her with 2 consecutive kicks. There was a bit of arrogance on her young face. "I have fought many times. Of course, I have experience." Did she mean that she used to fight a lot? Don't think about him, bro. Watch him. Yuan Dabing saw that his classmate was still in the mood to look at Song Zhiqiu with admiration. He bumped a man away with his shoulder and reminded him, "Yi Qian is fighting 8 people alone. Should we hurry up and finish the fight and help her? Lu Yang is playing hard. What are you waiting for?" Lu Yang's eyes were red. When his fists hit his opponent, what he felt was not fear, but excitement. When he heard his opponent's screams, he felt that there was a wild beast in his heart that wanted to rush out from his fists. The more he fought, the more excited he became. The more he fought, the more powerful he felt. Wu Bingcheng, who had never fought and had always been strictly restrained by his parents, went crazy when he saw Lu Yang. His adrenaline soared, which made his breathing speed up, heartbeat, and blood flow speed up. The scholar's weak blood boiled all of a sudden. Affected, he began to wave the steel pipe to protect himself and his comrades. The 5 boys stood back to back in a circle to fight against more than 10 ruffians. It was very difficult for them to fight. However, none of them cried out in pain. Even if they were hit by the steel pipe and felt that their bones were broken, they stayed close to their comrades and continued to wave their fists. They had not started to learn close combat. However, after a few months of physical training, the weak scholar had changed. He was not flustered at all. He was calm and collected in the face of danger. Knowing that he was not as awesome as Song Zhiqiu, Wu Bingcheng directly waved the steel pipe in his hand, which created a strong wind. The The several young men who wanted to beat him became cautious and were afraid of being hit. Among the 5 people, Song Jiqiu's fighting skills were the most skillful. As long as one was beaten by her, the screams would definitely be the loudest, which made one's scalp numb and heart flustered. It was true that Song Jiqiu often got into fights. She used to be in the same junior high school as her cousin, Jianghu. The 2 brothers often went to the internet bar to play games together. Places like the internet bar were filled with a foul atmosphere, where good and bad people mixed in with the honest people. People with bad tempers would start a fight once they had a disagreement. The 2 brothers were very good at playing games. They often formed teams in internet cafes. Because they only had one internet cafe to go online, people often came to the internet cafe to play games with them. Over time, the 2 brothers gained a certain amount of fame in the vicinity. With fame came a problem. Some people were not convinced and brought their brothers to challenge them. At that time, the 2 brothers were still young and their temperaments were not fixed yet. After gaining a little fame, they could not help but become complacent. It was inevitable that they would speak carelessly and offend people. It could be said that the 2 brothers fought from the 2nd year to the 3rd year. In the end, the 2 brothers got into a fight and were sent to the police station together. This time, the fight became serious. The parents of the 2 brothers came from other places in a hurry. After cleaning up the mess, the parents of the 2 brothers went to the neighborhood to investigate. It was not until then that they knew what their children had done. The parents of the 2 brothers were so angry. Judging from the grades of the 2 brothers, there was no way to know that they were so lawless. Chapter 1543. Yuan Dabing gasped and leaned against Song Jiqiu. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. I didn't find you at school. Good girl. You hid so well. You are good at studying and fighting. Bro, you have to teach me next time. I don't need to teach you how to fight. After today, you will know how to fight. When you are in your junior year, I believe you can deal with 3 or 5 people by yourself. Song Jiqiu could still answer with a smile. It seemed that she was fine, but in fact, she had been beaten all over her body. He was good at studying and fighting. This was nothing. When he was in junior high school, he fought and played games. He pretended to be a good student at school and a vagrant outside. Outside and inside the campus, he was so proficient that even the teachers didn't find anything unusual. If he hadn't been in the police station and Uncle Yang hadn't been promoted and returned to the southern province, he and his cousin Jianghu would have had a fight. Director Yang, who had been promoted and returned to the southern province, took his son and nephew back from the police station and made a prompt decision to separate the 2 brothers. Director Yang took Jianghu to the southern province to study in the summer vacation of the 3rd year of junior high school. Song Jiqiu stayed in the city for 1 year and continued to study in the 3rd year of junior high school. Although the 2 brothers were separated, their rebellious nature didn't change. Jianghu, who had studied in the southern province, still went to the internet bar to play games on Saturdays and Sundays. He was not as arrogant as he had been in junior high school, but he still fought when he was in a fight. His fists were very tough. Otherwise, Luo Ran wouldn't have been so obedient and followed his lead. Without her cousin by her side, Song Jiqiu restrained herself a lot. She played fewer games online and fought fewer times. However, when it was time to fight, she still showed her fists. Her father, who was a university professor, was so worried that he would hear the news that his child was in the hospital one day. After thinking it over, he discussed it with his wife and decided to send Song Jiqiu to learn Taekwondo. As a result, Song Jiqiu's fighting skills improved a few levels. Once he was good at fighting, the young people who besieged him almost all targeted him. Fortunately, Gu Jinglin was also a person who could control the situation. Gu Jinglin was a northerner. He was tall and strong. Standing among the students, he was like an iron tower. Judging from his height, he was very imposing. Usually, he would eat one more bowl than the average guy. His hands were very strong. He grabbed a guy's wrist and punched the guy's armpit. That scream. Ah! Not only did you bully the girls in our class, you're also so arrogant. I'll beat you to death. Gu Jinglin, who had the forthrightness of a northerner, lifted his long leg and ruthlessly kicked a young man away. He cursed and swore, but he had no intention of stopping. Luckily, Yi Qian had goaded most of the youths into throwing away their steel pipes. Only a few of them were still holding onto their steel pipes, including Brother Cheng. Brother Cheng was used to playing dirty tricks. Seeing that Song Jiqiu and Gu Jinglin were not easy to deal with, he targeted Wu Bingcheng. Seeing that Wu Bingcheng had been punched several times, he picked up his steel pipe and smashed it on Wu Bingcheng's shoulder. Even if the other party wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, Song Jiqiu, Gu Jinglin, and Yuan Dabing would not allow it. Although the three of them were furious, they did not lose their minds. After all, they had received several months of military school training and various assessments. Even though Wu Bingcheng had been punched several times, the three of them could still keep calm. They did not turn into Avengers and randomly hit him. The three of them were very clear that if they were in a mess, they would end up in a more miserable state. Chapter 1544. Watch out for that skinny guy with a steel pipe. He's playing tricks on us. Yuan Dabing was from Zhejiang. He was usually gentle, but he grew up in a rural area and had a wild personality. He was not afraid of trouble and punched people's eyes and noses directly. When fighting with bare hands and knuckles hit people's faces, the sudden excitement was indescribable. In addition, they had been trained for a long time in school and were restrained by strict discipline. The boys, who were still in the transition period from undisciplined to strict, seemed to have found a way to vent their anger. They punched, kicked, pulled their opponents over, and beat them together. In short, they did whatever they felt good about. Relying on their advantage in numbers, their opponents did not take these students seriously. They threw away the steel pipes in their hands and really thought they were invincible. Unexpectedly, they kicked an iron plate. Although 15 people surrounded 5 boys, they did not gain much advantage. However, Song Jiqiu and the others did not gain any advantage. Shi and Lu Yang had changed into casual clothes and were not afraid of exposing their identities when fighting. Gu Jinglin, Yuan Dabing, and Wu Bingcheng still had to take care of their outer clothes so that their winter clothes would not be exposed. However, among them, Yi Qian was the one who had the least concern. While leading Su Wen in the fight, he did not forget to instruct her, hit a snake where it hurts the most. It's the same to hit people. The nose is the most vulnerable to pain, followed by the eyes. The abdomen is the most vulnerable part of the body. As for men, the crotch is the most vulnerable part. You just choose this part to kick. Every time you hit a man, you hit a man. Su Wen was dumbfounded. This works. Soon, she tasted the sweetness. As Yi Qian said, those who were kicked in the crotch were all in so much pain that their bodies bent like a shrimp. Their facial features were so distorted that they could not bear to look at them. Good. Increase your strength. This time, let them be in so much pain that they can't stand up. Yi Qian kicked a young man with a side kick. He flew a few steps away and fell to the ground. When he withdrew his foot, he praised Su Wen, in a fight, you should finish it quickly and gain the initiative by striking first. Be careful not to be sloppy. Your hands and feet are tied. You can't use all of your strength. With a leap, Yi Qian grabbed the man who was shouting the loudest. With a smile on her face, she easily pinned him down with one hand behind his back. At the same time, she wrapped her left hand around his neck from behind and lifted her leg to kick the man's left knee. The man screamed even louder. He was in so much pain that when Yi Qian let go, he fell to his knees. Then he screamed even louder and fell to the left. It turned out that his left knee had been dislocated by Yi Qian's kick, and his right hand, which had been locked behind his back, was hanging limply by his side. Ah! Brother Hui, I thought you were good at fighting, but it seems like you're only a so-so. Yi Qian laughed coldly. His eyes were like blooming frost, emitting a dazzling and frightening chill. Snatching someone on the street? With that little bit of ability of yours? Just go home and lie down. Injured tendons and broken bones would take 100 days to recover. Indeed, one could only obediently return home and lie down. Fighting 1 against 8, he did not give Su Wen much of a chance to make a move. Yi Qian only used less than 5 minutes to finish off all 8 of them. All of them were lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Their bodies were twisted, and their mouths were constantly letting out painful cries. Yi Qian stepped over their bodies and cast an indifferent glance down at them, as if he was looking down at ants. Chapter 1545. Su Wen's eyes were twinkling with stars. She was so cool. So cool. Especially when Yi Jian lifted her leg for a side kick, her legs were stretched perfectly straight. With a sweep of her leg, she stood steadily on one leg and sent her opponent flying with one kick. Cool, cool, cool. So cool. Also, when she fought in close combat, she grabbed her opponent's shoulder and threw him over her shoulder. Her movements were so free and easy that they were explosive. Awesome, awesome. Su Wen followed Yi Qian's footsteps closely. The admiration in her eyes was so deep that she almost lost herself. Seeing Yi Qian push all 8 people down, she did not worry about how to explain it to the school later. She only had eyes for Yi Qian and did not have time to care about other things. Go to the front and rest for a while. If you see anyone playing tricks behind, come out and beat him up. Yi Qian did not rest after the fight. She was done here, but Song Zhiqiu and the others were not done yet. After giving Su Wen some instructions, Yi Qian jumped over several young men who had fallen to the ground and joined the group of male students. Awesome, how can she be so awesome? It's the first time I see a girl fighting so cool. Su Wen was so fascinated that all her eyes were focused on Yi Qian. When she ran to the side and stood there, she only stared at Yi Qian. Yi Qian had been besieged too many times in her previous life. At that time, she did not have the ability to defend herself and had to rely on her 2 legs to avoid being besieged. In this life, she had not escaped yet. The faint sneer in her eyes gradually disappeared. Yi Qian raised her hand and touched the silver wire on her wrist. Without saying a word, she walked behind a young man who wanted to pick up a steel pipe and hit him. As the light in her eyes gradually faded, only darkness remained in her dark pupils. Yi Qian bent down to pick up a steel pipe and directly locked the young man's neck from behind. The neck was the weakest part of the human body. Once it was attacked, it was usually the most fatal attack. Just like ferocious beasts, they liked to bite the neck of their prey when they attacked because they could kill in one move. However, Yi Qian would not kill anyone. Her purpose was only to teach them a lesson. The young man, whose neck was strangled by the steel pipe, was so scared that he shivered. He reflexively grabbed the steel pipe that was already strangling his neck, causing him to have difficulty breathing. He struggled with all his might. Yi Qian did not do anything to him, but her actions were too dangerous. Her opponent felt that his life was in danger. She pulled him back step by step until they reached Brother Cheng, who was laughing arrogantly as he fought. Then, he threw him out, and he hit Brother Cheng's back. The place where she was fighting with the other 8 people happened to be around a corner. Brother Cheng, who was fighting excitedly, did not expect that the 8 of them could not win against a girl. Therefore, he did not even look in that direction. Before Brother Cheng could stand up, he turned his head around vigilantly and saw that the girl who dared to challenge his 8 brothers alone was standing in front of him unscathed. "Why is it you?" His expression instantly looked as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and smiled while holding the steel pipe. Why can't it be me? Walking over, Yi Qian stepped on his ankle with one foot and tapped his knee with the steel pipe in her hand. Brother Cheng, pick a place for me to hit. Knee or leg? Choose one of the two. How could Brother Cheng endure such a provocation? He picked up the steel pipe in his hand and stood up. His eyes were filled with viciousness as he roared, "Brothers, beat this girl up. Damn it! She dares to threaten me. She must be tired of living." Although he was shouting, he did not dare to charge forward alone. Chapter 1546. He had enough momentum, but he didn't have the guts. Yi Qian laughed out loud. The hand holding the steel pipe is so stiff that it's difficult for you to straighten it. Brother Cheng, you're so scared, but you're still trying to be brave. I'm threatening you. What can you do to me? Fight me one-on-one if you dare. I'll wait for you. One-on-one? Brother Cheng didn't dare. His thoughts were exposed. He was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of my fight. It was really annoying to hear him say, "Your father," again and again. Hearing their brother's voice, 3 of the 15 people who were attacking Song Zhiqiu ran over immediately. They wanted to help, but they didn't even have a chance to get close to Yi Qian. The 3 people were knocked down by Yi Qian in less than 3 minutes. Brother Cheng, who was standing aside with a sneer, didn't dare to stand aside and watch. He shouted and raised the steel pipe to hit Yi Qian. Brother Cheng, this is a one-on-one fight. Yi Qian dodged easily, but his words were aggressive. Brother Cheng, since you're so powerful, why don't we have a fight? Why don't we sign a life and death contract? It's up to God whether you live or die. What do you think? Brother Cheng, who was embarrassed, spat out the betel nut residue that he had been chewing and hit Yi Qian with the steel pipe again. Damn it! He didn't believe that he couldn't beat a girl. He could beat others with the advantage of numbers, but it was difficult to beat Yi Qian, who used to be in the special forces. 11 people had been knocked down in front of him. It was not a big deal to knock down a few more now. Yi Qian didn't rush to beat him. Song Zhiqiu and the others were besieged by 12 local ruffians. It was not too late to kill a few of them first. The fight went on for nearly 10 minutes. The local ruffians, who had been laughing arrogantly while fighting, soon stopped laughing. Lu Yang, who was the weakest and had been beaten up the most, stared at Yi Qian with his eyes wide open. Even his mouth was agape in shock. He stared at Yi Qian in disbelief. He watched as she kicked several people to the ground in succession. They were all convulsing on the ground and could not even stand up. What the fuck? Gu Jinglin watched as Yi Qian single-handedly snatched a steel pipe from a gangster's hand and used the steel pipe to lock the gangster's hands behind his back. He even twisted the gangster's hands like a square plate. Tisk. Gu Jinglin sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he felt pain for that gangster. Twisting the steering wheel like that would probably break his arm. Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Yi Qian grabbed the sleeve of another gangster whose jacket was not buttoned up. She circled around him from behind as if she was dancing and took off his jacket easily. What followed next was Gu Jinglin and Wu Bingsheng prostrating themselves on the ground. So cool. It was like watching a fight on TV. She used her clothes to strangle the other person's neck from behind. At the same time, she could also raise her slender and straight leg and kick the other gangster who was holding a steel pipe to the ground. Oh my God. Oh my God. This. I feel like my eyes aren't enough. It was too exciting to watch, too satisfying. No, my blood was boiling after watching it. Song Zhiqiu supported her shoulder with one hand and shrugged her right shoulder that had been beaten. Looking at Yi Qian's valiant and heroic movements, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. His cousin had said that Yi Qian was very good at fighting and ordinary people were no match for her. Seeing it with his own eyes today, he was more shocked than when he had heard about it. He also felt that it was more incredible. How could a girl fight like this? She was so good at fighting. Watching her fight, he felt that he had learned Taekwondo in the past few years in vain. Chapter 1547. At the same time, she understood why her cousin looked like that at that time. She didn't understand it at that time and even joked about whether he liked her or not. Her cousin smiled and answered after a long time, "Of course I like her. How can I not like her? How can I not like a girl like her?" However, the "like" I'm talking about is different from the "like" in your mind at this moment. Until he saw Yi Qian, he still felt that his cousin had not told him the truth. His cousin must not have known how gentle his eyes were when he mentioned Yi Qian's name. There was only gentleness in his eyes. Before he saw her, it was hard to imagine how beautiful a girl who was good at fighting and studying could be. At most, her skin was fair and delicate. After all, his cousin had said that her skin was as fair as a peeled egg. A fair complexion could cover 100 ugliness. When he saw her on the day of the military training, he really felt that it was normal to like Yi Qian. She was beautiful, tall, and elegant. Whoever liked her would definitely have good taste. His cousin had good taste. Now he finally understood why his cousin had said that he liked Yi Qian, but it was not the love between a man and a woman. He also finally understood his cousin's expression at that time. Admiration, appreciation, admiration, but there was no love. Yi Qian, for a girl like her, you would gradually lose sight of her beauty. You would only see her excellence, which was more shocking than her beauty. To Song Zhiqiu's surprise, she had become Yi Qian's classmate and a student of the same cohort in her lifetime. Song Zhiqiu suddenly felt that she was very lucky. Does it mean that we have nothing to do? Yuan Dabing swallowed his saliva and asked quietly, "I feel that Yi Qian can deal with them alone. We don't need to do anything." Song Zhiqiu shook her head and denied, "It's not a feeling. We don't need to do anything at all. She can deal with all of them alone." It was indeed difficult for a girl like her to like a man and a woman. She would only worship her. After Yi Qian came back, she didn't want her classmates to fight again. One or two of them had been beaten black and blue. If she fought again, she was afraid that she would have to help them back to school. Fighting was a way to vent one's emotions. Every time Yi Qian hit someone, he felt refreshed. The things that he did not do in his previous life and did not dare to do, he experienced and faced them one by one in this life. It was as if he had conquered another difficult problem and ushered in a new life. Brother Cheng, who had been deliberately left behind by Yi Qian, was already trembling at the sight of her. One woman against more than 10 brothers, and she easily took down one in a minute. He didn't even dare to watch. He just wanted to run away as soon as possible. "I didn't check the date when I went out today, I'm really unlucky. The person who was left for last wants to run away. Shouldn't you guys do something about it?" Yi Qian, who was having a good time, kept an eye on Brother Cheng. When she saw him slowly moving away, she reminded her classmate, "Brother Cheng just said that I don't deserve to fight him one-on-one. I'm afraid that Brother Cheng is too good at fighting and won't take me seriously. I'm warming up now. If I fight with Brother Cheng one-on-one, he will definitely think that I'm qualified to fight him one-on-one." After taking down the last local ruffian, Yi Qian took out the belt from his waist and locked his hands behind his back. She tied him up with the belt quickly and looked at Brother Cheng with a smile, whose face had changed. Song Zhiqiu and the other 4 male students blocked Brother Cheng's way. The 5 of them stepped forward with bruises all over their faces. They were absolutely powerful enough. Chapter 1548. There were male students blocking the way in front and Yi Qian coming from behind. The cowardly Brother Cheng was even worse than Brother Hui, who had been beaten up by Yi Qian. He turned around and knelt down, not daring to say a word. It was said that men had gold under their knees, but this arrogant Brother Cheng really didn't. He knelt down and started begging for mercy. He didn't dare to resist. In front of him, more than a dozen of his brothers were kicked to the ground one by one. They bent over and clutched their stomachs as they cried out in pain. Fights were common in the city. As long as no one died, no one would interfere. It was also raining and humid outside, so the residents who lived here didn't come out. People outside wouldn't come in, and the construction workers wouldn't interfere either. The group fight lasted for about 20 minutes before it ended. Brother Cheng, who was begging for mercy, was directly pressed down by his brothers one by one. It wasn't until Yi Qian and the rest left that he dared to yell, "Get the fuck off." They didn't press down on his body, only his legs. The 23 hooligans had kicked the iron plate a little too hard today. They thought that they would definitely win because they had more people, but in the end, they fell one after another. In the end, all of them were lying on the ground and wailing. Even the two so-called big brothers were beaten black and blue. "Yi Qian, you are my idol. Do you have a picture? I want to take your picture and paste it on the wall." At first, she was scared witless, but now she was overjoyed. Su Wen was so excited that she chattered non-stop like a sparrow. "I want to see you every day. I want to learn from Yi Qian every day. Learn well and fight well." She didn't need to learn how to fight. Yi Qian patted her shoulder and joked, "Fighting requires talent. What about you? If you don't have talent, you can only sit in the laboratory and do experiments. I think I have talent. I kicked a few people just now." Su Wen, whose mind was only filled with Yi Qian's handsome fighting image, refused to give up. From then on, she kept pestering Yi Qian. Needless to say, Su Wen, who had good skills, directly joined the field forces and became a famous female officer in the military. Song Zhiqiu did not talk much. She only listened to her classmates asking about Yi Qian incessantly. Compared to them, she knew a little about Yi Qian through her cousin. She knew that Yi Qian had an uncle who was very difficult to deal with and who was eager to see Yi Qian in trouble. Cousin also said that Yi Qian didn't have a good life when he was young. If he didn't become stronger, he probably wouldn't have survived. It was still good to be a little more powerful. That was how Yi Qian was born today. "I've learned grappling and grappling before, so fighting won't be much of a problem for me." Yi Qian smiled as he answered his classmates' questions. There was no need to hide such things. The military academy's physical training was a competition where you competed against each other, and it was also a place where the strong could speak. There was no need to hide one's abilities like in high school. In a place like the military academy, there was no way to hide one's abilities. After a few training sessions, everyone would know what you were capable of. If you were too humble, it would even give others the impression that you were a hypocrite. Su Wen had been holding Yi Qian's arm. Her eyes didn't move at all. Even if the male students were talking beside her, she only had eyes for Yi Qian. Hearing this, she immediately said, "Teach me, teach me. A great teacher produces a great student. Believe in me, Yi Qian. I will definitely be a good student." If she had Yi Qian's skills, she wouldn't have gotten her classmates into trouble today. Chapter 1549. For the first time, Su Wen understood how sincere her father was when he said those words to her before she went to the military academy. Her father had said that after entering the army, you were no longer an individual, but a whole group. If you did not do well, the whole class would be punished. Joining a group, not only did one have to work hard to improve himself, but he also had to remember to help his comrades improve. A group was not you or him. A group was you, me, and him. Every word and action represented the honor and disgrace of the whole group. In a group, one had to learn from each other, understand how to care for each other, supervise each other, and learn from each other's strengths to make up for each other's weaknesses. Su Wen felt that she had dragged the group down this time. Because of her, 6 classmates had stood up for her and fought for her. All of them had been beaten black and blue. Thinking about this, Su Wen's eyes turned red. She suddenly became depressed. How can we go back to school like this? The guards directly stopped us. Then, what should we do? After the fight, she knew that she was scared. Song Jiqiu glanced at Yi Qian. To be honest, this matter could only be left to her. They could not deal with it. Don't worry. As long as we arrive at the school gate on time, the brigade leader will take us in, Yi Qian said softly, which made the 6 of them feel cheerful. It was as if the clouds and fog had cleared to see the dawn. Su Wen was stunned. Leader. The brigade leader will take us in? Yes. Didn't I tell you before? You were bullied and blocked outside. I hope the instructor can let me, Song Jiqiu, and Lu Yang go out to solve the problem. Moreover, I told the instructor that we would not bring the trouble to school. Yi Qian explained calmly to prevent his classmates from worrying. Now we will solve the problem outside, so there will be no problem. Really? But they. Su Wen felt that the news was a bit unreal. They had fought. After the fight, the brigade leader would come out to take them into school. It sounded incredible. Don't worry. Since Yi Qian asked us to fight freely, he must have a way to make sure that nothing will happen to us. I believe that Yi Qian can solve the problem. Yuan Dabing laughed heartily. His tone was full of trust for Yi Qian. If Yi Qian says it's fine, then it must be fine. Lu Yang, who was covering his face, nodded heavily, indicating that he also believed in Yi Qian. His face was punched a few times, and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. His mouth was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak clearly. Gu Jinglin, who was the happiest of them all, laughed out loud. We've earned a lot today. You don't know how much fun I had just now. I punched the guy in the face. Ouch, I saw his spit flying. But. As he spoke, he frowned and swung his hand. I was in so much pain that I thought my knuckles were broken. Old Gu was very mighty today. I was the closest to him, and his elbow almost hit me a few times. Lao Gu, you have committed a grave mistake. Song Jiqiu joined in the conversation. In a short while, the atmosphere became more harmonious. There was no tension at all. Su Wen was a girl, and her mind was more delicate than that of boys. Although she also believed in Yi Qian, she could not be completely at ease until she actually went to school. Because she was the one involved, and she had implicated her classmates. Yi Qian could tell that she was still worried. When they got on the bus, he said softly to her, "Don't blame yourself. We are a group. We should learn to take care of each other and rely on each other. We should not stay away from you immediately after you make a mistake, for fear of being implicated." Chapter 1550. The bus rocked back and forth. Yi Qian's slightly cold voice gradually calmed Su Wen down. It's normal to be worried about us now. But Su Wen, you're our comrade. If you get bullied outside, we will definitely help you. Because you're our comrade, we can't just stand by and watch. We're comrades in arms. Not only do we have to help each other in learning and training, we also have to help each other in life. Don't the instructors, brigade leaders, and teachers always say that we're a team? No one can give up on the other team. In my eyes, fighting together is the same as testing the team's results together. No one is allowed to say that they're dragging each other down. Yi Qian didn't want Su Wen to feel too burdened. As he spoke, he intentionally changed the topic. He no longer revolved around fighting, but instead brought up their daily training. Since you know who's dragging us down, why don't you help him out more often? We clearly know that he's not as good as others in certain aspects, but everyone is indifferent. This isn't teamwork, this is exclusion. Since that's the case, we have to accept that when one of us makes a mistake, everyone will be punished. Yi Qian spoke very quickly and gently, but every word carried a deeper meaning. He spoke directly to Su Wen's heart, making her listen carefully and attentively, afraid to miss even half a word from Yi Qian. Life, training, hygiene, learning, we have to learn to take care of each other in all aspects. During training, everyone has to remember to give a hand to whoever runs slower a hand. Failing a regulation exam, failing physical training, being late for an emergency gathering, etc. We'll encounter a lot of these things in the future. While we learn to accept it, we have to remember to help the students who are dragging us down. I know what you're worried about. The military's regulations restrict your every word and action. Fighting is definitely not allowed. However, we have to help each other and care for each other. In the military academy, even the most independent individuals have to learn to get along. Even the most dictatorial people have to learn to obey. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Whatever the brigade leader asks, we just have to answer truthfully. Look, we didn't cause any trouble. We didn't cripple anyone, and we didn't bleed. Su Wen's forehead was slightly sweaty. Why did she feel that those people were beaten very badly? Yi Qian seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. He blinked and said meaningfully, I only dislocated their joints, and damaged their subcutaneous tissues. They were all minor injuries, it was already miserable enough. But Su Wen did not expect the brigade leader to nod and say, this way of handling things is still acceptable. However, none of you are allowed to go out again, including Yi Qian. After saying that, he waved his hand and let the 7 of them go. When the instructors and teachers heard the captain's recount, they all smiled and shook their heads. This female student from Yi Qian is brave and resourceful, and has the air of a great general. What's more, he has a strong sense of collective honor. When his comrade is being bullied outside, he doesn't just stand by and watch. Instead, he directly chooses to step in. He even knows when to stop. At that time, he even remembers to remind the students to protect their faces. This child is quite interesting. The instructor was a soldier, so he definitely did not like students who were like cowards. They were at the age where they were hot-blooded and vigorous. As long as they knew when to stop and teach the scum outside a lesson, it was not a big deal. Also, don't you think that this student from Yi Qian is very good at commanding and controlling people? I'm quite relieved that he's handling matters personally. Therefore, she clearly explained the reason for going out and gave the 3 clearance slips to her. Chapter 1551. As a civil servant, the teacher did not object this time. That's true. He has strong commanding ability and persuasive ability. But we can't just let it go like this. We still have to abide by the rules. Yi Qian can handle it well, but I'm still observing the other students. What he meant was that he believed Yi Qian would always be good, but the other students were still a question mark. I agree. Although this matter was handled appropriately, I don't recommend it. The captain added. Although the 7 people who fought later were not punished or expelled, the teacher said that there were a lot of fallen leaves on campus recently, and the cleaning lady was too busy to handle it. The 7 of them could help the cleaning lady until the winter vacation this year. The 7 of them helped the cleaning lady to clean the campus. The students in the class were confused, but they could not find out the reason. After a week, no one asked about it. He Jing knew it that day. She said indignantly, if I were there, I would definitely disable some of them. Thinking that she did not help and that He Jing took the initiative to clean the campus, no one could persuade her to stop. In her words, we'll share blessings and misfortunes together. Simple and pure comradeship was built day after day, year after year. Every day, they crawled, touched, and rolled around together. They ate, drank, and slept together. Even if they were separated later, they still thought of each other and worried about each other. After this incident, Song Zhiqiu, Su Wen, and the other 5 people were absolutely obedient to Yi Qian. As long as Yi Qian said something, they would listen and believe that what he said must be correct. They were not the only ones who believed in Yi Qian. After a long time, the other students in the class were also influenced. They no longer resented someone for being punished because of him or her. They also no longer warned anyone not to make the same mistake again. During training, if someone ran slowly, someone would immediately stop and pull him or her to run together. If someone failed the internal affairs and was punished, they would solve it together and complete it together. The teachers and instructors were very surprised by this change. According to their experience, it would take at least one semester for a class to integrate, supervise, and care for each other to see the results. Unexpectedly, their class did not even finish the semester. The atmosphere in the class was so harmonious that the teachers and instructors felt refreshed when they walked into the classroom. This proved once again that Yi Qian did indeed have a certain level of leadership, cohesiveness, control, and command ability. On top of that, she had excellent physical fitness and never lagged behind in her studies. All the instructors and instructors felt that Yi Qian was the most outstanding student of this year. In December, Yi Qian became busier. She would be leaving school for training in about half a month. Her studies were all self-taught, and she would ask the teacher if she did not understand. At the same time, she had to go in and out of the laboratory more often. Sometimes, she would still be in the laboratory at midnight. This was because she had to personally complete all the experiments during the time she was away from school. She had to write a report and submit it to the higher-ups. Other than a few kilometers of cross-country and group events, she didn't participate in any other individual training. When they entered the military training, the fourth-year senior said, "As long as you perform well, you can watch your classmates train." Yi Qian belonged to this category. However, she really didn't have the time to watch her classmates train. She had to put all her time into her studies. She needed to compress the 45 days' worth of learning until she left school on December 12. Chapter 1552. Her classmates did not know that she had left school for training. On December 12, at 12:05, the students were still having lunch. Yi Qian wore casual clothes and was sent to the airport by the school's car. This time, no one came to pick her up, so she had to go there herself. In the afternoon class, Yi Qian's seat was suddenly empty. Everyone in the class was surprised. He Jing even suspected that Yi Qian was too tired and fell sick. The teacher only said, "Yi Qian went out on a mission." Everyone in the class suddenly understood. No one thought that it was strange for a freshman Yi Qian to go out on a mission. Last Saturday, they had a comprehensive training session with the fourth year's class. Yi Qian had defeated the best senior in every subject and had become the fourth year's senior's nightmare. It seemed normal for her to go out on a mission. At this time, Yi Qian was walking in the crowded airport. She checked in and flew directly to the southernmost city in China. Then, she took a military helicopter to an island to complete the competition. The Snowfield Brigade led by Xia Jinyuan had already started combat training with the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team led by Li Jinyan. After the competition between the two teams, they found problems and completed the combat training together. Yi Qian, who did not participate in the early stages, only had 10 days of combat training this time. Then, there would be a 5-day competition, and finally, there would be a month of combat training. Not only did she have to train, but she also had to review her homework. Besides Xia Jinyuan, there was also Li Jinyan who tutored her. Both of them were soldiers with excellent results and were qualified to be teachers. Yi Qian carried only a small piece of luggage into the departure lounge and waited for her flight to Hainan at 2:40 p.m. sharp. It was still early. Yi Qian took out her textbooks from her luggage and began to review what she had learned this morning. She sat alone in a corner and set her phone to vibrate. She was completely focused on studying. She only looked up when she heard a familiar voice less than 3 meters away from her. She and Yi Ying were really fated. The world was so big, and there were countless airports in the country. She couldn't believe that she met her here. This fate was really deep. Yi Ying did not see Yi Qian. She was holding a small white phone and talking to someone. "Young Master Qin, you really don't have to pick me up. My parents and I are only going to the capital for a transfer flight and will be staying there for 3 hours. There's no need to trouble you to pick me up. It's true. I'm not lying to you. I'm really only staying for 3 hours. Yes, I'm flying to France at 8 p.m. Yes, it's confirmed. I'll be studying in France from now on." There was obvious impatience on her face, but her voice was very gentle. She didn't know what young Master Qin said on the other end, but Yi Ying's brows furrowed. After a while, she said, "It's my body that's not strong enough to join the army. How can I blame you? Medical skills are advanced overseas. When the time comes, let's see if there's a cure overseas." "I don't blame young Master Qin. How can I blame young Master Qin? I can only blame my body for not living up to expectations." Yi Qian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. She couldn't join the army, so she continued to use her poor health and heart disease as an excuse to regain her face. Yes. This was Yi Jifan's family's usual tactic. Yi Ying looked extraordinarily angry on the phone. She was so angry that her hands were clenched into fists. Unfortunately, the other party was someone she couldn't afford to offend. She could only endure it. After talking for about 5 minutes, Yi Ying hung up the phone. The smile on her face immediately disappeared. She turned to Yi Jifan and said, "An illegitimate child dares to pretend to be a young master in front of me. Dad, don't bother with this kind of person. Useless thing." He even said that he knew the Beijing government group. To think that I believed him before. Chapter 1553. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ying's tone changed. She was no longer as gentle and sweet as before. Instead, she was cold and gloomy. "How dare he call me every day after wasting so much of our family's time?" Yi Ying seemed to have thought of something and took a deep breath. "That's not right, Dad. How did he know that our family of 3 would be transferring to France today? I didn't even mention this to him." Ever since Yi Ying found out that Qin Yi was an illegitimate child, her attitude had changed completely. She was glad that she had made a trip to the capital. Otherwise, she would have been kept in the dark. Sun Dongqing's eyes flashed. "If I didn't tell him and you didn't tell him, then it must have been your mother." Yi Jifan glanced at his wife coldly and said to Yi Ying, "That's why I reminded you not to tell your mother about your affairs. Your mother doesn't use her brain. She does things based on her personal preferences. If she had treated Yi Qian better in the past and not instigated her daughter to bully Yi Qian, things would not have turned out this way." When Yi Ying heard that it was her own mother who had done this, she could only suppress the anger in her heart. After all, this was her own mother. She could not lose her temper, but she still had to say something. She looked at Sun Dongqing with her almond eyes that resembled Yi Jifan's. She suppressed her anger and said, "Mom, do you still want me to get involved with Qin Yi? He is an illegitimate child. He only knows how to play. Are you trying to get me killed? I'm already miserable enough. If I get entangled with Qin Yi, I won't have a peaceful life. Mom, I beg you, please don't meddle in my affairs. When I go abroad, please dress up and don't embarrass Dad, okay?" Yi Qian had gone far enough. She did not want to be surpassed by an orphan. From now on, she had to work hard. However, she could not let her own mother drag her down. Sun Dongqing did do things based on her personal preferences and temper. If she thought it was right, even if it was wrong, she would still think that she was right. However, she could tolerate her daughter's words. She even complained, "I heard from your father that although Qin Yi is an illegitimate child, he is his father's only son. Isn't he a man of the Qin family? Isn't it a good thing to have some connections with them? Besides, Qin Yi was from a powerful family. He also seemed to care about her daughter. If she married into the Qin family and became their daughter-in-law, she would definitely be successful. Sun Dongqing did not dare to say this. He's nothing in the Qin family. Dad and I asked around when we returned to the capital. Yiying could vaguely guess what her mother was thinking. She couldn't help but feel exasperated. His status in the Qin family means that he rarely shows up at home. Tell me, what good does he have? Yi Zhifan glanced at his wife and said sternly, our daughter will focus on her studies in the future. Don't talk nonsense to her. Don't contact Qin Yi. I have my own arrangements. Yi Zhifan and Yiying found out about Qin Yi's identity by coincidence. Yiying had caused Yi Zhixiang to be hospitalized, and now Yi Jian was involved. The combination of these two things made Yi Zhifan, who had always been calm, panic. Suddenly, he thought of Qin Yi. He wanted to see if he could use the Qin family's influence to get his daughter to join the army as soon as possible. Therefore, he asked his colleagues who were on a business trip to the capital to help him find out more about the Qin family while he stayed in Nan province to appease Yi Zhixiang. The first day, Yi Zhixiang was still making a fuss about filing a case and suing Yiying. The next day, she relaxed and started negotiating with him. She demanded that Sun Yaozu win the provincial government project. Otherwise, she would not give up. Chapter 1554. In order to appease her, Yi Zhifan had to use his power to give Sun Yaozu a project. He also told him that if he wanted to work with Yi Zhixiang again in the future, it would be best for him to let her settle down at home. A project that cost tens of millions of yuan fell into Sun Yaozu's hands easily. Later, when Yi Zhixiang did not cause any more trouble, he had time to take his daughter to the capital. He wanted to find Qin Yi and see if he could solve his daughter's enlistment problem as soon as possible. However, when they had just arrived in the capital and were checking into the hotel, a colleague of the Qin family called and told them that Qin Yi was an illegitimate child. Qin Yi was not a prominent figure in the Qin family and was also a well-known playboy in the capital. He only knew how to eat, drink, and play, and did not know how to do anything serious. At that time, he stood at the front desk of the hotel and took a few deep breaths to suppress his anger. He did not expect that he would be fooled by an illegitimate child. He mistook a fish eye for a pearl. Originally, he wanted to ask Qin Yi if there was any progress on Yiying's enlistment in the army. Now, there was no need to ask. What could a playboy do? The colleague said, although Qin Yi is an illegitimate child, he is also his father's only son. Therefore, even though he is an illegitimate child, people in the capital do not dare to casually talk about his identity. With this sentence, Yi Zhifan felt a little better. Then, he mentioned Qin Xiu. Everyone in the capital knew that he was the most promising young man in the Qin family. He could speak many languages and entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the chief translator at a young age. He had accompanied the country's top leaders to many meetings and had accompanied the leaders to many overseas visits. It was not that he had not taken the initiative to make friends with Qin Xiu. On the day of Grandfather Chao's birthday, he had deliberately followed Qin Xiu to the bathroom. However, before he could say anything, Qin Xiu had left with the excuse that he had something to deal with. It was obvious that Qin Xiu was a difficult person to deal with. He had the dignity and arrogance of a young master. Just as he thought of Qin Xiu, Yiying, who was next to him, said, "Dad, it was all because Qin Yi deliberately hid his identity." Third young master Qin came to the private room that night. We missed the opportunity to meet him because of Qin Yi. Just half a month ago, third young master Qin had been promoted from a translator to a diplomat. It was even reported on the news. 2 days ago, he had even accompanied the country's top leader on a visit abroad. Yi Zhifan didn't mention that he had gone out of his way to make friends with Qin Xiu that day, but Qin Xiu didn't give him any face. Hearing this, he said calmly, "That's enough. What's done is done. There's no point in saying more." After that, Yi Zhifan's face darkened even more. When he found out about Qin Yi's identity, he was not in the mood to stay. Moreover, Yi Zhixiang was no longer making a fuss. He was not worried that his daughter's record would be tainted, so he did not go to the capital. He stayed for one night and then returned to the southern province. Now that he thought about it, he should have stayed in the capital for a few more days and met Xianxia through Qin. The family of three did not speak loudly. However, the departure lounge was relatively quiet, and no one spoke loudly. Even though Yi Qian was some distance away from them, he could still roughly hear what they were saying. The Qin family in the capital, Xianxia. That was the Xianxia she knew. She didn't expect that Yi Zhifan would pull so many strings in order to get Yi Ying into the army. In the end, Yi Qian was not allowed to enter the army. Yi Ying studied in France. Just like in her previous life, she still went to France. Chapter 1555. However, the difference was that in her previous life, Yi Ying went to France to study and became the first girl in town to study abroad. In order to curry favor with Yi Zhifan, the town officials even put up banners in town. After that, Yi Ying became a real celebrity in Fujian town, a golden phoenix that flew out of the mountains. In this life, she had Yi Zhifan to protect her. Although she was in a difficult situation, she still went abroad. Sun Dongqing muttered something under her breath, which made Yi Ying's expression change drastically. She felt so wrong that she was about to cry. That's enough. Your mother is like that. Just don't be like her. Yi Zhifan didn't want his daughter to be unhappy on the eve of studying abroad. It was rare for him to speak up for his wife. He glared at Sun Dongqing, who knew that she was in the wrong. He pressed his lips together and reminded Yi Ying again, if you want to take down Yi Qian and trample her into the mud again, going abroad is your last chance to turn things around. Yi Zhifan lowered his voice even more, as if he was about to talk about something important. His expression was so cold that it revealed a hint of viciousness. Also, remember, Yi Ying, being tortured alive is a fate worse than death. If you die, it's better to end everything once and for all. Don't keep saying that you want to get rid of her and make her disappear from your sight. You're no match for her now. Even Dad is no match for her. Yi Qian had too many people protecting her. He originally wanted Sun Yaozu to get rid of her during the National Day holiday, but in the blink of an eye, he saw her standing upright beside the country's leader and watching the celebration together with him. His thoughts of going all the way and killing her were instantly extinguished. For someone to appear beside the country's leader meant that she was valued, even more so than him, the Provincial Construction Bureau chief. Remember what Dad said. If you don't have enough power, don't try to provoke Yi Qian. Once you lose your cool, you'll only bring disaster upon yourself. In the end, you won't get anything, and Yi Qian will still be the Yi Qian you'll look up to for the rest of your life. Yi Ying, do you want to look up to an orphan girl who used to be inferior to you in every way? No, she definitely did not wish for such a day to come. Yi Ying shook her head. Her watery almond-shaped eyes were filled with coldness. I won't let her stand on my shoulder forever. I'll make her lie at my feet obediently and never get up for the rest of her life. Yi Qian, who had been paying attention all this time, smiled. He smiled so much that his bright eyes curved into crescent moons. His eyes rippled like black pearls that had fallen into the blue waves, washing away all that was left was pure beauty. It turned out that Yi Ying wanted to kill her at this time. Alright, Yi Ying, I'll wait for that day to come. Let's see who will be kneeling at whose feet in this lifetime. No wonder she was teased by Yi Zhifan in her past life. It turned out, it was all because of Yi Zhifan. He was the one who taught Yi Ying how to torture her when she was alive. Just as he said, death was the end of all troubles. Only being alive was true torture. If it was in the past, Yi Qian would definitely lose her cool when she heard the conversation between father and daughter. But now, Yi Qian deeply understood what she wanted and what was important. Yi Zhifan, Yi Ying, Sun Dongqing, old Madam Yi, Yi Zhixiang, Sun Yaozu, just you wait. Yi Qian closed her eyes slightly and suppressed the hatred in her heart. Things had changed in this lifetime. One day, she would destroy Yi Jifan's reputation. One day, she would do it. Chapter 1556. The evidence she had collected in her previous life could not be used in this life because Yi Jifan had just become the chief of the Provincial Construction Bureau. She was waiting for him to secure his position and use his power for personal gain. She remembered what Xia Jinyuan had said. Before she found out who was behind Yi Jifan, she could not act rashly. She also remembered what Grandpa Zhen had said before he died. Before she had enough power, she should not think about Yi Jifan's family. She should not let her hatred blind her eyes and make her unable to see the right path to take. You must be careful when you are abroad. You can't be as casual as you are in China. You don't have to worry about domestic matters. You should focus on your studies. As for Qin Yi, don't worry. I will not let your mother do anything rash. Yi Jifan was indeed a responsible father. No matter what his daughter did, he would always choose to forgive her and do his best to strive for better things for her. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Yi Ying in case she lost her sense of propriety due to jealousy. Dad, I will leave Auntie and Qin Yi to you. Don't worry. I will not embarrass you again. Yi Ying cried softly. She regretted it. She really regretted it. Now that she had a chance to stand up, she would not miss it. Yi Jifan did not say anything. He gently patted Yi Ying's hand. She would not embarrass him. Yi Jifan rubbed his face. To be honest, he was not as confident as he used to be. Yi Qian stood at the top. He could not compare to him. She had accompanied the country's leaders to the celebration. Even if it was just an appearance, it was enough to show that she had reached a height far beyond his imagination. How could it be easy to bring down Yi Qian? As for Yi Zhixiang, there would not be any problems. If she wanted to cause trouble, she would have to see if Sun Yaozu agreed. Now, it was Sun Yaozu who was in charge of the house, not the old woman who couldn't move on the bed. Sun Yaozu, who had tasted the sweetness of success, was afraid of losing their partnership in the future. He patted his chest and promised that he would look after Yi Zhixiang. Sun Yaozu was an ambitious man. As long as he could bring benefits to Sun Yaozu, nothing would happen to Yi Zhixiang. As for Qin Yi, Yi Jifan thought for a while and said, "Don't worry about Qin Yi. When you arrive in France, don't let him contact you. Also, Qin Xiu works in the French embassy. If you have the chance, you can find him and see if you can talk to him and get to know him." His daughter's appearance and temperament were not bad. If she caught Qin Xiu's eye. Yi Jifan said meaningfully, "Sometimes, opportunities are fought for by oneself. Yi Ying, make good use of your strengths and seek a better promotion for yourself." Sun Dongqing, who knew that she had caused trouble, chimed in excitedly, that's right, if you had to choose between Qin Yi and Qin Xiu, Ying, you would definitely choose Qin Xiu. 20 minutes before boarding, Yi Qian picked up his luggage and left. The plane to Hai Province was ready to take off. It landed at the airport in less than 3 hours. By the time Yi Qian changed into his training uniform and boarded the helicopter to the Reef Island, it was already past 7 p.m. There was no light on the Reef Island. It was pitch black everywhere. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore could be heard. Other than the sound of the waves crashing against the shore, there was no other sound on the island. Wave after wave crashed against the shore. A tall figure suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea like a ghost. He stepped on the water and walked towards the shore. Then, a few more figures emerged from the sea and walked towards the first figure on the shore. Chapter 1557. There was a man on the shore. He had an aura as majestic as a mountain. He stood in the darkness like a waiting reef. No matter how high the waves were, he didn't move an inch. He turned on his waterproof watch. His slender fingers gently pressed on the dial. The watch glowed with a faint green light, illuminating a few sets of numbers. One of the numbers showed 211847. It took 2.5 hours to fly from the military airport to the Double Moon Reef Island. They should be there soon. As more and more people came ashore, the man turned off the night light on his watch. He stood straight in front of everyone, his gaze slowly sweeping across the crowd. It was clearly dark, but his eyes were like the eyes of a beast that could glow. There was an extremely sharp light flashing through his eyes. A sense of oppression followed. Everyone who was already exhausted maintained their straight posture, motionless as he inspected them with his gaze. He didn't say anything. Everyone stood like that, motionless, as if they would stand together until dawn. The clear moon in the sky was dotted with stars. On the surface of the sea, the waves rose and fell without end. The monotonous sound of the rising and falling tides was like the applause of tens of thousands of people, applauding this group of soldiers guarding the borders of the motherland. After about 20 minutes, when the ink-like seawater slapped higher and the sound of the waves grew louder, the sound of propellers blended into the monotonous sound of the sea. The man standing in front said, "Turn back." His voice was like the blooming of the first snow, with the most primitive coldness. It was so cold that it seemed to have rubbed the snow into his heart. Every word was extremely cold. Everyone turned around and faced the sea. Their eyes looked up at the sky in unison. The man standing beside them pressed a button on the side of the dial. A light source lit up at 12:00, 4:00, and 8:00. This was a signal to the aircraft on the helicopter that was flying over, letting the helicopter pilot know their specific location. Confirm location. Prepare to launch. The helicopter pilot with earmuffs received the ground signal and reported the distance between the ground and the sea, as well as the aircraft signal, to the two crew members behind him. Distance 600 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. As the helicopter pilot accurately reported the distance, everyone standing on the coast saw a military helicopter gradually enlarging from the size of a petrel until it stopped above them. The strong wind from the propellers blew, blowing up the seawater and sand. It blew on all the resolute faces facing the sea. In less than a minute, their wet combat uniforms were covered in fine sand. Their faces, eyebrows, and eyelashes looked like they were wearing sand masks. It was impossible to tell who was who. Sand got into their eyes, causing them to feel sore and painful. The sea breeze blew past their eyes, bringing with it a strange itch as if thousands of ants had crawled into their clothes and crawled over their bodies. Still, no one moved. They maintained their straight posture and used their torch-like eyes to stare ahead, protecting every inch of land behind them. Open the hatch and launch. On the plane, the helicopter pilots skillfully operated the helicopter, keeping the entire fuselage stationary in the air. After confirming the dropping altitude, he began to drop the items. The man who spoke coldly walked in front of them and looked at the helicopters dropping supplies with his comrades. It seemed that this time, thanks to Yi Jian, the supplies were delivered 3 days earlier than planned. Chapter 1558. After the materials were delivered, a rope was thrown out of the helicopter. Everyone held their breaths for a moment. Someone was coming down. Who would come to their deserted island in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Was she here to inspect their work? Was she here to lecture them? A figure appeared at the entrance of the cabin and waved at them. That person looked so familiar. They hadn't figured out who was waving at them. Then, he saw the man grab the rope and descend swiftly and handsomely. The man had already fallen into the sea. The figures standing on the shore gasped one by one. The descending figure was slender and it was obvious that it was a woman. A woman? A female soldier? A female leader? A girlfriend? Yi Qian, who had landed on the water surface, had already received dozens of gazes, each more intense than the last. When she was on top, everyone's gazes were on her. When she reached the bottom, everyone's gazes shifted to the bottom. Long time no see, comrades of the Snowfield Brigade, comrades of the Storm Amphibious Assault Team. She turned on the multifunctional waterproof military watch, and the light on it flashed 3 times to indicate that everything was fine. The helicopter crew who received the signal gave her an "OK" hand signal. After the cabin door closed, the helicopter left with the sea breeze and sand in its wake. After sending the helicopter off, Yi Qian didn't even have time to look down when she heard the splashing sound of dumplings. She looked up. Ha! Dozens of people rushed towards her. Yi Jian, who came with supplies, became the target of the male soldiers. Han Zheng of Z7 had already recognized the female soldier. Since he was standing at the front of the line, his speed when he dived into the sea was as fast as a dragon coming out of the sea. He was like a dragon coming out of the sea. Oh my God, I finally saw a female creature. But someone didn't like it. Little guy, my girlfriend is coming over. Why are you so excited? Go to the side. Go to the side. Xia Jinyuan had always been good at fighting. She bent down like a cheetah and hugged Han Zheng's legs. With a splash, Han Zheng, who was running the fastest, fell into the sea and drank a few mouthfuls of salty seawater mixed with sand. Who's playing dirty? He got up at lightning speed. He had no choice but to move quickly. He was afraid that his comrades behind him would rush up and step over him to reach Yi Qian without looking at the water. This group of brats, each and every one of them had met. Pervert. Forget. Righteousness. Bah. Are we still brothers? Amidst the happy splashing sound of the water, a cool voice answered Han Zheng's question, "It's me. What do you want?" Han Zheng shrunk his neck and silently changed from running in a straight line to running horizontally. Damn, I was so happy to see Yi Qian that I forgot that her real boyfriend, Xia Jinyuan, was also on the team. What else could he do? He could only obediently pick up the items. The man standing on the shore did not move. His handsome face, which was as cold as snow, contained a trace of gentleness that was hard to see. He quietly watched the 2 teams of comrades struggling in the sea. Then, his gaze turned to the distant sky. The weather was good tonight. The moon was bright and the stars were twinkling. Yi Qian really knew how to pick a day to come over. However, he didn't expect that Xia Jinyuan would not be reserved when he saw Yi Qian. He even rushed into the water with his comrades. This was interesting. Other than the Devil King Li Jinyan, who only walked 5 steps on the shore, everyone else jumped into the sea and warmly welcomed Yi Qian's arrival. Chapter 1559. Yi Qian watched as dozens of people ran towards her. Their imposing manner made her take a few steps back. Water splashed everywhere, creating a mist. Yi Qian couldn't help but squint her eyes. She quickly picked up an item by her feet and ran towards the other side at the same speed. She had seen the enthusiasm of the male soldiers. She was really afraid that they would lift her up, throw her into the air, and then catch her. Even though she saw the familiar figure, she didn't change her mind. She dragged the item and continued running to the side. Xia Jinyuan wanted to be more reserved, but when he thought about how his little fox was going to be on the water demon's side, he felt a little jealous. Previously, he was a little excited when he thought about becoming Little Fox's opponent, but now, he wasn't as excited. What was so good about being her opponent? Fighting side by side was what was good. He, who was running at the front, saw Yi Qian suddenly run to the side and a deep smile appeared on his handsome face. You guys are too enthusiastic. Can't you see that you've scared everyone away? Go to the side and pick up the items. Yi Qian, why are you running? We're here to pick you up, but you're still running. You're not giving us any face. Go away, why should we give you any face? Hey, the items in front are floating away. Hurry up and pick them up. These were the words of the comrades who knew Yi Qian. As for the water demon and the special forces members of the Snowfield Brigade who weren't familiar with Yi Qian, they quickly picked up the items and brought them to the shore. There were dozens of people who needed a lot of items. A total of 14 buoyancy boxes were dropped from the helicopter. There were a few waterproof buoyancy boxes that contained medical supplies, but they were carried dozens of meters away by the waves. Several members paddled with their hands and tried their best to catch up with the buoyancy boxes that were bobbing up and down with the waves. Because of Yi Qian's arrival, the atmosphere at the scene was very lively. Everyone was in a good mood and there was a rhythm to their steps. Li Jinyan, who had been observing from the shore, looked at the two figures running to the side. His thin lips seemed to curve as he strode towards the two of them. Since the Snowfield Brigade's king was welcoming his comrades from the Storm Commandos so enthusiastically, he had to go over and remind him. Don't be too enthusiastic, or you'll be sad later. Little fox, your appearance has ignited the fire in their hearts. They're so passionate that even the real boyfriend's heart can't take it anymore. Xia Jinyuan, who managed to get his girlfriend, started to gain sympathy. This man always revealed a side of himself in front of Yi Qian. After being apart for almost 2 months, Yi Qian noticed that his teeth seemed to be whiter than before. That pair of burning eyes stared at her without blinking, and the fire in them seemed to want to set her on fire. Yi Qian didn't blush as easily as before when she met his burning eyes. Moreover, she was still standing in the cold sea, so she wouldn't blush from his gaze. Yi Qian placed the buoyancy box in his hands. He blinked and said with a smile, Captain Xia, if I remember correctly, we're in a hostile relationship right now. Don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to come over to my side like this? If Major Xia could defeat them with just a few words, then he wouldn't be Major Xia. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a teasing tone, so, I have to make the best use of the time before you join the team. Who knows, I might even be able to infiltrate the team and steal information. Chapter 1560. Under the moonlight and starry sky, Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was obviously tired, but when he saw Yi Qian, it seemed as if all the tiredness of the past few days had disappeared. There was a kind of spiritual sustenance called love supporting him. All the fatigue in his body and mind was swept away, leaving only the joy of reuniting with her. He was an introverted man. He was calm even in the face of a life-and-death battle. Only in front of Yi Qian did he reveal a side that no one knew about. Sometimes he was rogue, sometimes he was noble, sometimes he was cold and arrogant, and sometimes he was like a naughty child asking for candy. Yi Qian looked at Major Xia, who had a slightly evil smile on his face, and replied unhurriedly, that's true. It seems that I should seize the time to get in touch with you. Who knows, maybe I can even infiltrate the enemy's internal department to steal information. After saying that, he even raised his hand to touch his face and said excitedly, I've never been a femme fatale before. I can give it a try. TSK, TSK, TSK. Little fox, your skin seems to be getting thicker and thicker, just like mine. Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily as he stared at her dimples that were brighter than the moon. Suddenly, he gave her a sneak kiss, a gentle kiss landing on her forehead. It was a light kiss. Before Yi Qian could react, he had already left, leaving behind only a trace of moist seawater. Welcome back to the team, Yi Qian. A second ago, Major Xia was like a cat that had stolen a fish. Now, his expression was cold. Dressed in a combat uniform, he had transformed into an unyielding Special Forces soldier in a second. Yi Qian. Why did it feel like he had deliberately changed in a second? However, Major Xia had always been a scheming person. Until now, she still hadn't figured him out. It wasn't until he reminded her that Demon King Li is behind that Yi Qian understood why he had changed so quickly. Then, she heard him chuckle softly. You're quite good at ruining the atmosphere. Otherwise, would have stolen another kiss. Then I have to thank Demon King Li. Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. She always felt relaxed when she was with him, as if nothing was difficult and he could solve anything. It gave her a sense of pleasure from inside out. There was no reason for her to miss out on a man who could give her happiness and security. On the shore, Li Jinyan frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if Xia Jinyuan was kissing Yi Qian. It happened so fast that before he could see it clearly, Xia Jinyuan had already straightened up. The two of them were already walking towards the shore. Xia Jinyuan had been walking side by side with her the whole time, keeping a certain distance from her. There was nothing strange about his behavior. She must have been overthinking things just now. For the past 2 days, he was in charge of the sea training. As expected of the Demon King, the intensity of the training challenged everyone's limits every day. This morning, we swam 5 nautical miles in full gear. In the afternoon, we swam in light gear. After that, we completed the underwater shooting before returning to the camp to rest. Training with him is indeed rewarding. The training for the next 10 days will only be more intense. You still have to study at the same time. Little fox, drink more energy supplements. Don't tire yourself out if you're not careful. He wasn't exaggerating. Yi Qian hadn't undergone any intense training for 2.5 months. Her body's functions weren't fully functioning yet, so it wasn't impossible for an accident to happen. Yi Jian recalled the time when she trained with him during the summer vacation. The corners of her mouth curled up. It's indeed very difficult, but I'm looking forward to it. She turned her head and smiled at Major Xia. Captain Xia, I'll be looking forward to your guidance next. Chapter 1561. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you some good advice. Let me tell you something. There's a captive plan for the upcoming tactical training, so Yi Qian, be careful. Once you're captured, the punishment you'll receive will be unforgettable. He wasn't joking around, nor was he joking around. His voice was just cold. Yi Qian was very sure that once she was captured, she would definitely not receive any preferential treatment. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like this confrontation training would definitely be tougher and more difficult than the previous training. Otherwise, Xia Jinyuan wouldn't have used such a tone to remind her. She wasn't afraid of difficulties, she was only worried that she wouldn't be able to catch up with her comrades' progress. Yi Qian took a deep breath. She could already feel the immense pressure even before she started training. Li Jinyan took the luggage from her hands and turned around to look at Xia Jinyuan, who was still following him, and said, "How long do you plan on keeping in touch with my comrades? Don't you plan on going back to reorganize the team?" His training style was completely different from Xia Jinyuan's. One was more cold and hard, while the other was more relaxed. But it was undeniable that Xia Jinyuan's training style was indeed the training style that the Snowfield Brigade needed. So, at the time, he wanted to join the Army's Special Forces and even submitted his letter of intent. In the end, he was invited by his superior to have a heart-to-heart talk and was advised to stay in the Navy and become a member of the Navy's Special Forces. Because his personality and training style were completely different from Xia Jinyuan's, it just so happened that the Snowfield Brigade needed Xia Jinyuan's training style. It was one thing for him to get along with his comrades on the team, but why was he always eyeing the members of the Storm Commandos? Li Jinyan, the Devil King, didn't hesitate to chase him away. Major Xia, who had always been thick-skinned, wouldn't be chased away so easily. He said calmly, "Yi Qian and I haven't seen each other in a long time. This time, when we meet again, I want to chat a little more so that we don't become strangers." He was very sincere and calm. It was impossible to tell that he was just spending more time with his girlfriend. Xia Jinyuan only had a side to him that was unknown to Yi Qian. In front of others, he had always been unfathomable. No one could guess what he was thinking. In any case, from his expression, Li Jinyan could not tell whether he was telling the truth or not. But he also knew a little about him, so a strange feeling surged in his heart. His gaze lightly swept across him and Yi Jian's body without leaving a trace, and the scene of a kiss flashed in his mind again. Could it be that he wasn't mistaken? As a woman, she had to be more sensitive. Yi Qian immediately sensed Li Jinyan's probing gaze, so he calmly continued, "We will be meeting and communicating for more than 40 days. Captain Xia, you don't have to rush." In a hurry, he emphasized. Xia Jinyuan raised his wrist to look at the time. The faint light on his watch flickered. After seeing the time clearly, he said seriously, "It's still early now. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. I'll give you 2 hours of tutoring. Tonight, we'll be returning to the camp early. Usually, we gather at 11 o'clock." This excuse was very strong. Devil King Li nodded. "Okay, make the best use of your time. I need to organize the information tonight. I'll leave it to you, Q King." After saying that, he looked at Yi Qian. His gaze was cold and sharp. "Yi Qian, no one here has a name or surname, only a code name. His code name is Q King, my code name is Devil, and your code name is Jin Feng. From this moment onwards, you've joined the Storm Commandos and become a member of our team. I hope you can remember this." Chapter 1562. "Yes, sir." Yi Qian answered, accepting the devil's criticism. Xia Jinyuan did not stand up for him. From now on, Yi Qian was a member of the Storm Commandos. As for him, as a boyfriend, the time for him to welcome his girlfriend was over. Putting his personal feelings aside, for the next 45 days, they were just comrades who completed the training together, not lovers. The supplies were placed neatly to the side. Xia Jinyuan placed the last buoyancy box and walked to the front of the two teams with Li Jinyan, while Yi Qian stood beside them. Li Jinyan introduced Yi Qian, new member of the Storm Commandos, codename Jin Feng. The introduction could not be any simpler. After that, he gestured for Yi Qian to step forward and introduce himself. Yi Qian's self-introduction was equally simple. "I am Jin Feng. In the upcoming training, I will not disappoint my comrades in the Storm Commandos." Over. There was a round of applause. The Snowfield Brigade's comrades who knew Yi Qian were clapping hard, but they were muttering in their hearts. After the dismissal, Han Zheng jumped out and asked Xia Jinyuan in disbelief, "Q King, what's going on? How did Jin Feng become a member of the Storm Commandos? Shouldn't she belong to our team? It's the military's arrangement. There's no why. It's just what you see." Xia Jinyuan took off his wet combat uniform, revealing his muscular upper body. When his hand reached for his belt buckle, he turned around and said, "I'm going to change. Can you leave me alone for a while?" Although the conditions on the reef island were limited, it was still possible for a person to change his clothes. Since the conditions allowed, Xia Jinyuan always changed his clothes alone. Han Zheng, who was silenced by the words, "military's arrangement," looked at his friend's upper body and whistled frivolously. "You have a good figure. Alright, your problem with being a playboy can't be cured. We have to make way for you." There was no fresh water on the island, but that did not prevent the two teams from obtaining fresh water. It had been raining heavily for the past few days, so the two teams had stored a lot of fresh water in the buoyancy boxes that they had used to drop supplies in, and then used it to wipe their bodies. There were still 5 days left to complete the combat training at sea, so they had to use the stored water sparingly. Bathing had become a luxury, so they could only wet a towel and wipe their bodies. Xia Jinyuan changed his clothes. When the Snowfield Brigade members saw Han Zheng coming over, they were waiting for him to explain why Yi Qian had become a member of the Storm Commandos and why he didn't join the Snowfield Brigade. It was obvious that Yi Qian only knew the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Also, Q King had gotten permission from the military and the general to tell Yi Qian what kind of special forces the Snowfield Brigade was. How did she become a comrade of water demons? "It's the military's arrangement," Han Zheng walked over and said seriously. Then, he looked at his comrades with a serious expression. The Snowfield Brigade members who were listening to the sound of the waves all looked at Han Zheng, waiting for him to say something. But after waiting for a while, Han Zheng did not say anything. "That's it?" J5 asked, "That's all you have to say? Are you sure you didn't miss anything?" Han Zheng nodded seriously. "Understood." J5 nodded seriously. He then took off his combat uniform as he walked. K7 also turned around and walked away. His actions were the same as J5's. What did he understand? Why don't I understand anything? I've already said that it's the military's arrangement. What else do you not understand? T6 told his comrade with a serious expression. He patted his comrade's shoulder and repeated, "Military's arrangement." The reason was that it was the military's arrangement. Chapter 1563. The Snowfield Brigade had a total of 22 Special Forces members participating in the training for the competition. These 22 Special Forces members were the best of the best. It could be said that if they were placed in any basic unit or field unit, they would definitely be the king of soldiers in that unit. Among them, including Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian only knew 8 of the Special Forces members. There were also a few members who had accompanied the higher-ups to Pakistan for a secret meeting and were in charge of security. They had secretly seen Yi Qian before. But Yi Qian had never seen them before. As for the other members, although they had never seen Yi Qian before, they were not unfamiliar with the name Yi Qian, just like Bai He did before. This was because people in the team often mentioned her name. If they were familiar with the name but not the person they were familiar with, they were probably the most familiar strangers. Didn't you guys talk about Yi Qian every day in the past? Why didn't she join our team? Why did she join the Water Demon's team? The military's arrangement? Could it be that we didn't fight for her? Even if we fought for her, she might not necessarily become a comrade on our side. This matter mainly depends on how the military arranges it. In the end, it still depends on how the military arranges her. Did you guys see what she looked like clearly just now? A member who was putting on a pullover turned the topic to her appearance with interest. He said what several of his teammates were thinking. Yeah, did any of you see her clearly? When she introduced herself, my eyes almost popped out of their sockets. But unfortunately, she was facing away from the moonlight, so I couldn't see anything clearly. I just thought that her voice was really nice, like a lark's. After a day of training, the topics of conversation were much more relaxed during rest time. Yi Qian's arrival was first because of her identity, and second because of her gender. This group of male soldiers who had been facing the sea for the past few weeks had secretly started talking about her. And the topics of discussion were mainly about 2 things. First, how did she end up in the Water Demon's team? She was clearly familiar with their comrades in the team. Second, how did she look? Was she pretty? As for how capable she was, that was put aside. If she could train with the male soldiers and join the Water Demon's team led by the Devil King, she definitely wouldn't be too bad. If she was too bad, would the military arrange it? If she was too bad, would the Devil King want her? Therefore, there was no need to discuss this issue. It was better to discuss the topic that they were most interested in order to relax. Not only did high-intensity training require physical relaxation, but it also required mental relaxation. As the saying goes, men and women work together to make it less tiring. There was a reason why there were always a few female soldiers in a troop. Female soldiers, no matter where they went, would become the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of the male soldiers. Pigeon and White Crane had seen Yi Qian before. When they heard this, they said in unison, "We'll know when we see her tomorrow, as long as she doesn't have any camouflage paint on her face. It seems like you're all very interested in her looks. Why don't I tell the Demon King tomorrow and have him bring Yi Qian to walk around in front of you?" A faint voice with a hint of cold laughter rang out.
The team members who were originally resting together quickly pulled their sleeping bags over their heads and fell asleep in a second. Xia Jinyuan took a few steps forward and walked over to the teammate who had asked, "What does Yi Qian look like?" He bent down and smiled calmly. "If you really want to see him, why don't I take you there now? It just so happens that I'm going to look for her." He sounded very sincere. It sounded like he really intended to take his teammate there. If they really believed him, they would definitely end up in a terrible state. Chapter 1564. It was not until Xia Jinyuan had left for at least 3 minutes that his teammate, who even hid his head in the sleeping bag, let out a sigh of relief. It was too frightening to be caught red-handed. His back was drenched in cold sweat from the shock. Q King, the youngest captain of the Snowfield Brigade, was also the most capable king among all the previous captains. Although he was usually able to fight with his comrades, when he sat there, other than the elegance that came from his bones, he also had the ferocity of a sleeping beast. No one knew what kind of expression this captain, who even had a noble smile, would have in the next second. No one knew what he was going to do other than change his expression. No one could guess what he was going to do, but no one believed in him. He was just like the Demon King of the Storm Assault team. He looked cold and unapproachable, but every water ghost trusted him. They never doubted his abilities, and they obeyed his orders without question. The water ghosts must be overjoyed. Look, they haven't even come to rest yet. TSK, TSK, TSK. They were going to be happy. The only female soldier had entered their camp. When they caught them tomorrow, they would definitely tell them not to be too complacent. The water ghosts were indeed happy. Although Yi Qian briefly introduced herself, she still had to introduce herself in detail when she joined the team. "I'm good at sniping, long range, and close-range attacks. I can hide for a long time with a record of 92 hours. I'm good at sniping, and I'm good at using all kinds of guns." Yi Qian took the time to complete her introduction so that the water ghosts of the Storm Assault team could have a better understanding of her combat abilities. She listed out everything she was good at one by one. The water ghosts who were sitting cross-legged were already dumbfounded. She knew this, she knew that. "Female soldier, is there anything you don't know?" It wasn't a formal occasion, so the assault team could ask Yi Qian any questions at any time. Someone asked her what she didn't know. Yi Qian thought for a while and smiled. "There are many things I don't know. I don't know anything about flying in the sky. I don't know anything about running underground other than driving tanks and construction vehicles." She had never felt that she was very powerful. Every time she went on a mission, every time she learned something new, she would give it her all with 120% determination. The members of the Storm Assault team were already laughing and joking. "You're already good enough. If you want more, Jinfeng, us male soldiers will be trained to death by the Devil King." Every soldier had their own field. No matter how good a soldier was, it was impossible to be good at everything. If that's the case, I believe the Devil King will be happy. He will increase the difficulty level of training to 20 points. Yi Jian stood in front of the water ghosts and spoke without any hesitation. "The Devil King once told me a famous saying from a military school in a Western country: reasonable training is called exercise, unreasonable training is called tempering. He told me that if I have any unreasonable training in the future, should refer to this saying." The laughter below became even louder. Li Jingyan, who was standing to the side, glanced at Yi Jian indifferently. Then, his sharp and cold gaze slowly swept over his comrades who were completely relaxed. Water Ghost, who originally had a smile on his face, instantly withdrew it. When his gaze swept over their heads, it was like a knife scraping against their scalps, bringing about a tangible sharpness. Chapter 1565. Receiving the Devil King's gaze, the same thought flashed through the minds of all the water ghosts. "This is bad. We relaxed too much. Something big is going to happen."
Yi Qian, who was closest to the Devil King, also felt the change in him. Like the water ghosts below, he felt that something big was going to happen. He and Captain Xia were really the same type of people. They had no idea what they would do in the next second, but their instincts told them that it would not be anything good. Everyone was silent for 30 seconds. Li Jinyan's thin lips moved slightly, and the water ghosts narrowed their eyes. Then, they heard his voice and the sea breeze. There was no fluctuation in his voice at all. Tell us what you don't know. Everyone has 3 minutes. Begin. Something big had really happened. Based on their understanding of the Devil King, as long as they didn't know, he would make them know. Brothers, keep your guard up. Don't make any noobs from the army or the air force. A good discussion turned into a review meeting. When Xia Jinyuan came over, he saw the Devil King standing in front with a cold expression. The water ghosts were lined up neatly and were all saying, "What do I not know?" The water ghost with the code name Big Shrimp was clearly very cool at night, but sweat was forming on his forehead. His fingers were rapidly tapping on a laptop. He was clearly memorizing every word that the water ghosts said. Li Jinyan looked up and exchanged glances with Xia Jinyuan. He turned to Yi Qian and said calmly, "Go and tutor with Q King. Return to the team at 12 o'clock sharp. I will put the training materials next to your sleeping bag tomorrow." "Yes." Yi Qian saluted and turned to walk towards Xia Jinyuan. At 10 o'clock at night, the starry sky seemed even purer. The starry sky, which was far away from the hustle and bustle of the mortal world, was so clear that it seemed to be still. Even the nebula was faintly visible. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had already fallen into a deep sleep. After an hour of self-reflection, the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos crawled into their sleeping bags at 11 o'clock sharp. Standing in the vast darkness of the night, the sentries with steel guns in their hands stood straight like white poplar trees. One of them stood at the front while the other stood at the back to guard and alert. Li Jinyan glanced at the two figures sitting on the ground, facing the sea breeze. He took a few steps toward them and suddenly stopped, because Xia Jinyuan sensed someone approaching and turned to look at him. Nodding at him, Li Jinyan turned around and walked to his sleeping bag. The background of the two was very harmonious. Even though they were separated by a certain distance, they faintly exuded a closeness that no one else could join them. However, at present, it seemed that there was no relationship between the two of them. Some seagulls flew away in fright, letting out a series of startled cries. They flapped their wings and rushed into the sea. Their small figures circled in the sky a few times before returning to the island. Li Jinyan also did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he flipped through the combat training progress of the two teams. After looking at the data of the training, Li Jinyan, who was usually expressionless, raised his head and pinched the space between his eyebrows. A trace of coldness flashed across his cold and exquisite handsome face. It had to be said that the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos, which had been established for more than 10 years, had a huge gap in strength between them and the Snowfield Special Forces, which had been established for more than 10 years. In terms of actual combat experience, the members of the Snowfield Special Forces were much better than the Storm Commandos. They still had to strengthen their training. As the country's military strength increased, the country's requirements for the abilities of the Special Forces also increased. Every Special Force had to be developed in an all-round way, not just in one area of combat, but in all aspects. Chapter 1566. The first mission of the Storm Commandos was direct military operations. They had to quickly seize, destroy, and occupy military targets. The second mission was special reconnaissance missions, the third was unconventional operations, the fourth was overseas missions, and the fifth was anti-terrorist operations. In general, it looked similar to the missions of the Snowfield Brigade, but in reality, the main focus of the army was land warfare, reconnaissance, surprise attacks, and harassment. The army would be involved in snow, plains, forests, mountains, deserts, forests, and lakes. This already included the specialty of the water ghosts. However, the water ghosts were definitely not as good as the members of the Snowfield Brigade when it came to land warfare, forests, mountains, and snow. On the sea, the water ghosts focused on sneaking and landing on the beach. Diving was also the most important. The focus was on special operations on islands and ships. After the sea battle, they would have to follow the Snowfield Special Forces to fight on land. The two teams would learn from each other and complement each other. This was also the purpose of the training for the two teams. Li Jinyan didn't look up from the various materials for a long time. From time to time, he would pick up a pen to write and draw on a few training subjects that the Storm Commandos had failed or lacked. He would also write a summary and save it on the encrypted computer. These were all precious materials that were hard to come by during training. He could dissect the Snowfield Brigade from all aspects of the training and gain valuable experience from it. Not only was the information precious, but it was also confidential. Time ticked away. The young Special Forces soldiers listened to the sound of the waves and fell asleep. In the entire camp, other than Xia Jinyuan, who was still helping Yi Qian with his homework, Li Jinyan and the two sentries were the only ones who hadn't slept yet. At midnight, Xia Jinyuan closed his book on time and said to Yi Qian, "You have to combine it with experiments. You can't just rely on memorizing the theory. Previously, you were rushing the process and didn't pay attention to the theory building." He was talking about the theory of the single-chip microcomputer. Although she was a commander and didn't have much to do with technology, her second-year training was still related to technology. Her teacher's progress was very fast, so she had no choice but to speed up. He had seen Xia Jinyuan win countless trophies during his time at the National University of Science and Technology. Among them, he had led an experimental team to solve a difficult problem at a missile base and was awarded a third-class merit. Now that he was asked to explain the most basic content, it was a piece of cake for him. Moreover, his explanations were very detailed, and he could get to the point. Yi Qian was able to absorb it very quickly, and there was no sign that he could not understand. After putting away all the textbooks, Yi Qian looked at him with a smile and joked, "Is it a little hard for you to teach me? It's been so many years since you graduated, but I didn't expect you to still remember the knowledge in the textbooks. Looks like when you're old and retired, you might even be able to return to the military academy as a professor to teach and groom the next generation." Xia Jinyuan was not afraid of being teased. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows elegantly and smiled in an especially noble manner. "How could I feel wronged? I'm just afraid that I'll forget, so I'm using you to practice. But you're right. I do plan to return to the military academy as a professor when I'm old and live a comfortable life in the military." Wearing this military uniform, he couldn't bear to take it off for the rest of his life. When the day came for him to retire, he had joked with his old man that he planned to return to the military academy to teach. However, his old man had dismissed him by saying, "Don't mislead the students." Chapter 1567. He seemed to be in high spirits as he gazed at Yi Jian tenderly. The smile on his thin lips deepened. "I'm old, and you're old too. Why don't we go back to the military academy to teach and mislead the students together? Q King is in his prime now. There's no need to think so far ahead. It's getting late. Thank you for tutoring me tonight, Q King. Good night." Yi Qian yawned. He stood up and said goodbye to the young major who was still interested in continuing the conversation. After saying that, he left swiftly. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. What should he do? His little fox was getting harder and harder to deal with. The more she was like this, the more his heart itched. He smiled as he watched her slender figure disappear from his sight. He stood there and watched for a long time until the gentle smile on his face gradually disappeared. Only then did he leave. The devil's light was still on. He had to see what he was researching. At midnight, Li Jinyan was still sorting out the results of the training over the past few days. In order to better see the difference in strength between the two teams, he specially drew a table and wrote down the training process over the past few days. No one knew what he was thinking. His slender and good-looking eyebrows were tightly knitted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the table he had drawn and the words in it. He realized a problem. The training that Xia Jinyuan led last week was not so much a training program as it was a training course. He led the Snowfield Brigade and provided lessons for the Storm Commandos through training. From directional and narrow combat training to large-scale mountainous infiltration and close-range combat, he used a one-on-one learning mode to let the Storm Commandos catch up with them on land. Still sorting out the information? About a meter away, Xia Jinyuan spoke first. He glanced at the illuminated ground and saw a very simple sand table made of sand and stones. Studying battle tactics? Do you have any good battle plans? Usually, when the other team members were asleep, Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan still needed to discuss some of the problems that occurred during the training during the day and analyze the reasons for them so that they could change and adjust the training in time. Hearing his voice from behind, Li Jinyan closed the document in his hand and stood up. He turned around and looked at the young major who had put in a lot of effort. I was studying some of the weak points in my team and accidentally found a problem. Problem? Xia Jinyuan thought it was a problem during training. His handsome face turned cold. He pointed at the beach and gestured for the two to sit down. What problem? How serious is it? Knowing that he misunderstood, Li Jinyan explained, it's not a problem during training. The two of them sat together on the soft beach. Li Jinyan handed the document in his hand to Xia Jinyuan. Draft, please take a look. Q King of the Snowfield Brigade was indeed worthy of his reputation. If he did not want to sort out the training information, see what else needed to be added, and analyze the gap between the combat standards of the two teams, he would not have realized that Q King had put in so much effort. The duration of the competition overseas was 20 days. 5 days were for naval battles and 15 days were for land battles. At that time, Xia Jinyuan joked with him, Devil King, you're under a lot of pressure. 15 days on land, including snow, plains, and mountains are the strengths of our army. You have to speed up your progress. Chapter 1568. Xia Jinyuan was still looking at the analyzed data when Li Jinyan said calmly, the competition will be held in May of next year, which is less than half a year from now. The Storm Commandos really need to speed up their progress. Otherwise, it will be a waste of Q King's painstaking arrangements. It's nothing. I'm just repaying you for training Yi Qian so diligently. Xia Jinyuan closed the data and glanced at his laptop. He couldn't help but laugh. Devil King, don't tell me you're still planning to send this data to the higher-ups? Devil King Li put the data he had sorted out on his laptop and raised his eyebrows. Do you have any objections? I don't have any objections. I just think it's a small matter. However, he didn't expect him to be so serious. He hadn't changed at all. Xia Jinyuan smiled and shook his head. He seemed to have thought of something and said, Yi Qian's code name is Jin Feng. Is that her code name in the Storm Commandos? Also, don't write her code name in the report. This was puzzling. Li Jinyan calmly looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had a look of disdain on his face when he said the two words, Jin Feng. Do you have any objections? I really do have objections here. Xia Jinyuan looked at him sternly. Our team hasn't decided on her code name yet. You can't just randomly give her a code name. Once the military approves it, we won't be able to change it even if we want to. Faced with Li Jinyan's confusion, Xia Jinyuan explained in more detail. Because it's really unpleasant. There are plenty of code names like Jin Feng in the military. So it's because it's unpleasant. Li Jinyan glanced at him coldly. Then, he pressed the delete button on the laptop to delete the two words, Jin Feng. Then, he asked him, "What's the code name?" Xia Jinyuan picked up a pen and wrote the 2 words, "Qing Niao," on a piece of paper. He said, "For the time being, replace it with Qing Niao. Remember to write for the time being. Don't mess it up." She would become the Phoenix King, and in the future, Phoenix King would be her lifetime codename. Qing Niao sounded better than Jin Feng. There is a saying in Chu Ci 9 size, the 3 birds fly from the south to the north. I would like to send a message to the 3 birds, but I can't get it. This was a mythical bird from ancient Chinese mythology. It had a beautiful luster and a light body. Moreover, it was the predecessor of the phoenix. The little fox hadn't used the phoenix's nirvana skill yet, so she could only use Qing Niao for now. Qing Niao indeed sounded better than Jin Feng. Li Jinyan had no objection. He quickly typed the 2 words, Qing Niao, into the computer without asking for the reason. Xia Jinyuan straightened his back, stood up, and said to him, "Rest early." Li Jinyan nodded. After Xia Jinyuan left, he didn't get up to rest. He organized the information in his hands one by one and sent it to the Navy headquarters. Only then did he call it a day. Li Jinyan placed his palm lightly on the computer screen. After a while, his cold eyes narrowed slightly. There was a hint of darkness in his eyes that were as deep as the sea. "To repay you for training Yi Qian." His words seemed to have a deeper meaning. It was almost 1 in the morning. Li Jinyan only thought about it for a while before he got up and went back to his sleeping bag to rest. No matter what the deeper meaning was, Q King had indeed helped them a lot this time. He had completed dozens of advanced individual training courses for the special forces. With him leading the training of the Storm Commandos, the combat standards of the entire team would definitely increase by a level. Under the leadership of Q King, the Snowfield Brigade had made a visible leap. Chapter 1569. A sniper was not only a sniper, but also a long-range and close-range assaulter. An electronic explosive technician also had to focus on breakthroughs. Even the technical soldier codenamed Z7 could become a firepower specialist. That K7 should be a medic, but his professionalism and combat skills were on par with each other. As a major in charge of the deployment, Xia Jinyuan really did try to develop the potential of every member. In his words, "Man is a machine. Only by operating it can one know how powerful it is." That was indeed the case. Only by operating it could everyone's potential be stimulated. The moon had already risen above the sea, and the stars were slowly fading away. Morning star flashed, signaling the arrival of a new day. Yi Qian used the fastest and most stable speed to catch up with the training progress of the 2 teams. As the only female soldier of the 2 teams, she did not receive any special attention from the beginning. She had to train according to how the team members trained. Other than sleeping a little further away, Yi Qian was no different from the male soldiers. She ate and lived the same as the male soldiers. No one took special care of her just because she was a female soldier. During training, no one raised the heavy rock in their hands higher to lessen her burden. There was never any special treatment because everyone knew that the hardship they were going through now was all for the sake of successfully completing the mission and coming back alive. After 10 days of training, the meat on Yi Qian's face that she had painstakingly put on in school was visibly thinner, making her facial features look even more exquisite and well-defined. "Qing Niao, de Xia, the 2 of you get to the highest point closest to the beach in 10 minutes. Here." Li Jinyan spread out the combat map and started to closely plan the battle plan. After midnight, the match between the 2 teams began. They had only been sent to this unfamiliar island half an hour ago. The place was covered in rocks and lush with trees. Based on the military map, it was not much different from the terrain and mountains. However, this was a wrong map. The east and west directions were reversed, and the coordinates were all wrong. Looking at this wrong military map, Li Jinyan started to come up with a battle plan based on his experience. The entire island was already covered in surveillance cameras. Every member was equipped with a signal device so that the military leaders who were observing the match could keep track of the movements of all the members in real time. The Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade had arrived in half an hour. The military had purposely arranged an unfamiliar island to test them more realistically and to make it more challenging. The 2 of you will carry out the infiltration and cleanup. The 5 of you will form a small group and cover the beach landing. Remember, no one is allowed to act alone. We must cover each other and be vigilant of each other. The 3 of you will form a team and dive in to land. You will fight in a semi-encirclement. Li Jinyan was very good at commanding. He and Xia Jinyuan were like kings meeting kings. The only thing left was to see which king would win this time. As a sniper and assaulter, Yi Qian needed to carry 2 guns on her back. The assault rifle was placed in front of her chest and the sniper rifle was placed on her back. After everyone listened to Li Jinyan's battle plan, they all lay quietly in the cold seawater, waiting for midnight to arrive. In the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan spread out the military map that he had just received. When he looked at it, his face darkened. The military was indeed evil. They even intentionally gave him the wrong map. But it didn't matter. If he had the wrong map, Demon King Li would definitely have the same. Chapter 1570. Xia Jinyuan took a closer look at the map and realized that not only were the west and south directions reversed, even the coordinates were wrong. Since even these were wrong, he no longer expected this map to be of any help to them. The members of the Snowfield Brigade could still complete the battle without a map. Although the sea was the territory of the water demons, they could not blindly rely on a military map when it came to battles. He rolled up the wrong military map in his hand and was about to put it away when a wave suddenly came crashing over. Xia Jinyuan looked down and saw that the supposedly waterproof and mold-proof military map was instantly soaked. Then, the topography and landforms on the map were all dyed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only are there mistakes, but there are also shoddy materials. I have to mention it in the report. Xia Jinyuan shook the seriously shoddy military map slightly, then carefully folded it and put it in a waterproof bag. Although it was a military map made from rice paper, it was still a map. It was not his habit to throw it away. When he wrote the report, he planned to put it in a sealed plastic bag and bind it at the end of the report to show the higher-ups in the military how shoddy this map was. Actually, the higher-ups in the military wanted to play a harmless joke on them to lighten the atmosphere. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade looked at the military map that died before the start of the battle, and felt that something would happen to their Q-King after the competition. Based on their little understanding of him, something would definitely happen. It couldn't be helped. As long as their Q-King went against the military, he would be even more petty than a woman. Ha ha ha, but they liked it. Because Q-King was petty on purpose to gain benefits for the Snowfield Brigade. In the words of a major general in the army, if a swallow flew over his head, he would pluck a few of its feathers to use as a quill. We won't use the map. I'm afraid that if we use it, it will be equivalent to pushing our comrades into a fire pit. We still have some time, so let's make the best use of the time to deploy our tactics. Xia Jinyuan arranged for 4 comrades in army combat uniforms to be sentries and quickly began to make arrangements. Their Qing Niao is familiar with our fighting style, so once we find her, we must capture her alive and never give her a chance to escape. The first thing Xia Jinyuan mentioned was Yi Qian. He also told everyone how they should treat Yi Qian. The members of the Snowfield Brigade nodded. This was a must. Having a Qing Niao, who was familiar with their fighting style, in the water demons' camp was like having a bright and cold saber hanging over their necks. If the saber fell, there would definitely be blood. Capture her alive. Let's see if we can pry anything out of her mouth. You guys have seen Demon King Li's training. Of all his arrangements, he will definitely only choose the most fatal ones. As long as we know one, it will be like tearing off a piece of flesh from his body. When it came to fighting, Xia Jinyuan's entire aura changed. He was no longer that noble and elegant gentleman. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a blood-soaked Azura. That pair of deep and dark eyes were filled with a biting chill. As he spoke, Bao Rui's voice contained a sharpness that made people's hearts involuntarily revere. Q King is discussing capturing Qing Niao alive. It seems like they plan to kill as many as they can. In a temporary command center on a certain island, a group of high-ranking generals with bright gold stars on their epaulets were watching Xia Jinyuan's arrangement on the big screen. Major General Yang of the army laughed and said, "Qing Niao is familiar with the fighting style of the Snowfield Brigade. Q King will not leave such a big threat alive until the end." However, Qing Niao is quite capable. Her anti-reconnaissance and reconnaissance skills have always been at the top level. She will not show herself easily and let Q King and the others capture her. Chapter 1571. The Navy commander looked at the storm commandos with a serious expression. His gaze was locked on them. Although it was only a competition between two teams, it reflected the combat standards of each team on the battlefield. There were 5 major events in this competition, which meant that there was one major event per day. Although this competition was not about winning or losing, it was about discovering one's own problems and gaining experience to improve one's combat standards. However, they could not lose easily. He had already read the analysis data sent by the Demon King. It clearly stated that the Storm Commandos were at a disadvantage against the Snowfield Brigade. Highlands, forests, plains, and deserts were their weaknesses. Among the water ghosts in the Storm Commandos, only Li Jinyan had completed training on the highlands. The rest of the water ghosts had not even touched the highlands. The Navy commander's mood was unusually heavy. Major General Lu's mood was equally heavy. Qing Niao was not easy to deal with. It would be difficult to capture her alive. The Snowfield Brigade likes to attack at night and sneak attacks. We have to guard against these 2 points. However, Q King knows that I'm familiar with their combat style. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely adjust his tactics. Demon King, seizing the beach is the strength of the Storm Commandos. Let's not care about the later battles. Let's take down today's battle first. The one who spoke was Yi Qian. At this moment, she was a member of the Storm Commandos. She was not a comrade who fought alongside Xia Jinyuan and the others. Since it was a competition, there would naturally be a winner and a loser. She had read the information Li Jinyan gave her. She knew where the Storm Commandos' weaknesses were. What they needed to do now was to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. I'm in the same team as Prawn. Prawn's anti-reconnaissance ability is very strong. If something happens to me, Prawn will immediately inform everyone. If I'm unfortunate enough to become a captive, don't rush into action. The Snowfield Brigade will use me as bait to lure you in. So, if I'm captured, I'll find a way to escape myself. Li Jinyan looked at Qing Niao, who had guns on her chest and back. His thin lips curled slightly. He said calmly, "You don't look like someone who will be captured." "Thank you, Demon King, for your kind words. I definitely won't let myself become a captive, but Q King will put me first and capture me first. After all, there's still a captive plan involved. He warned me from the beginning." Yi Qian knew Xia Jinyuan very well. Both sides had yet to exchange fire and were already analyzing each other. All the water ghosts in the Storm Commandos listened very seriously. After they were done with their deployment, they checked their equipment. A water ghost pointed at the yellow firepower adapter installed on the muzzle and smiled. "I have to be careful with this. The firepower is a little strong." This was an underwater rifle, but it wasn't the usual underwater rifle used for training. It was the latest underwater combat rifle developed by our country and specially assigned to the Frogman Special Forces. It was mainly used for underwater breakthroughs and beach breakthroughs. The equipment for this confrontation was pretty good, especially the supporting firepower. There were assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and pistols. The communication equipment was also complete, but the most complete equipment was still the metal equipment. In short, everyone was filled with confidence when they saw the equipment. Of course, they were originally full of confidence. Qingniao, a sniper is equivalent to the strength of 10 people. I'll leave the key point of beach breakthroughs to you. Li Jinyan handed the sniper rifle to Yi Qian, but the magazine was still in his hands. When Yi Qian took the rifle, he bent down slightly. His cold and handsome face was focused as he personally loaded the magazine. Good start. Yi Qian put the sniper rifle on his back and smiled. Good start. Chapter 1572. At midnight, an order from the military came through the wireless earpiece. The 5-day competition between the two armies had begun. Once the order was given, the members of the Storm Commandos, who were wearing black rubber diving suits, slid into the sea silently. Their hands glided lightly, and in a short while, they were several meters away, diving into their territory like devil rays. Armed swimming was the specialty of the frogmen of the Storm Commandos. Because the military map was in the opposite direction, even their landing point was in the opposite direction. Therefore, they needed to carry all their heavy equipment and complete the swim before they could reach the real spot to snatch the stalls. There's an undercurrent. Be careful. The water ghost at the front, who was in charge of scouting and exploring underwater, turned around and gestured to the back with his hand in front of the underwater searchlight, reminding his teammates to be careful of being swept away by the undercurrent. Encountering undercurrents during underwater training was the most common thing that water ghosts encountered. Regarding this, as long as they sent out a signal, everyone would have a countermeasure. The water ghosts that were about 2 meters below the sea surface quickly surfaced, adjusted themselves into groups of 3, and quickly swam through the undercurrent area. Although the rubber diving suits had anti-cold properties, they were surrounded by seawater. No matter how good their anti-cold properties were, their bodies would still feel cold after swimming for half an hour. They were still 2 nautical miles away from the landing point. Under Li Jinyan's lead, Yi Qian avoided a few submerged reefs and used his fastest speed to catch up with the team members in front of him. As the landing point for her and the water ghost codenamed Big Shrimp was different, they needed to go around the back of the island and land from the edge of the island. After swimming 2 nautical miles, Li Jinyan gestured for them to split up. He reached out his right hand, which was clenched into a fist, and lightly bumped Yi Qian's clenched fist. He made an "okay" gesture and waved at Big Shrimp. Yi Qian saw his tall and slender figure disappear from her sight in the blink of an eye like a swordfish attacking. Let's go. Big Shrimp gestured forward, indicating for Yi Qian to follow his swimming path and head to the landing point. The waves on the sea were very big. Yi Qian and Big Shrimp swam through the ink-like waves like flood dragons and arrived at their landing point at the designated time. The two of them took off their simple breathing masks and pressed their backs against the cold rock layer. They raised their heads and looked up. The underwater lights had already been turned off, so they could only rely on their eyes to estimate how far away they were from the landing point. No lower than 6 meters. Granite layer. Severe weathering cannot be ruled out. Climbing time, 1 hour. Daoist lowered his head. His chest was still heaving as he whispered to Yi Qian, "There might be snipers hiding up there. It's a little mysterious. If they could think of a landing point, the Snowfield Brigade would definitely be able to think of it too." Yi Qian, who was adjusting his breathing, heard this and a sly smile flashed across his dark eyes. If there's something wrong with the military maps we've obtained, then the Snowfield Brigade will definitely have the same map as us. We'll be the first to occupy an advantageous location, which will also make them feel confused. In a battle, there would always be some falsehoods to deceive others. Both sides had already witnessed each other's valiant strength. No one would act blindly without thinking, and no one would think that they had the upper hand. If Big Prawn said it was mysterious, the Shuayu team would think so too. The waves slapped against the rock, and the salty seawater fell into their mouths. It was so bitter and salty that their facial features contorted. Yi Qian grabbed onto the corroded black rock with both hands and used the strength of his arms to climb to the top of the island and occupy a high defensive position. On the other side, the storm commandos swam ashore and simultaneously completed the first step of infiltration. Chapter 1573. In the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan led his team members directly through the dense forest on the island. There were too many vines, and in order to not expose their movements, they couldn't use their hands to cut a path through the vines. Instead, they had to choose the right place to walk. Use the vines as ropes and descend directly. The reconnaissance team and commando team at the front quickly advanced. Since they had a good grasp of the terrain, they needed to quickly and accurately provide a route for their comrades behind them. When the 4 team members behind them heard this, 2 of them half-squatted behind them while the other 2 covered the sides so that their comrades could complete their descent quickly. Quick, 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 quick. Descend to a height of about 3.5 meters. The Snowfield Brigade's comrades who were the first to descend quickly found cover and moved forward quickly on the rocky island. Although the military gave them a reverse landing point, none of the participating team members raised any objections. Battles on the battlefield were ever-changing, and adapting to and quickly finding the right place to fight was a skill that every team member had to master. J5 climbed up a tree and landed nimbly with a few movements. He whispered, "It's a protruding, mountainous area. Let's occupy the highest point first and send 2 snipers to guard it. No one can get close within a radius of 800 meters. It's too late. Demon King Li always goes for the fatal point in a battle. He's already had his eyes on this place." Xia Jinyuan put away his binoculars and hung them around his neck. Then, his thin lips curled into a sinister and cold smile. "Qing Niao might be up there. Pigeon, White Crane, hurry forward and lock onto her position. Confirm her exact location and report to me immediately." "Yes, sir." Pigeon and White Crane accepted the order and threw the assault rifles in their hands behind their backs. They jumped up and grabbed onto the exposed tree roots that had been growing for an unknown number of years. The 2 extremely agile Special Forces soldiers disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xia Jinyuan curved his thin lips and looked at the highest point with his dark eyes. "Little fox, you have to be careful. If you get captured in a single match, I'm afraid that your dream of joining the Snowfield Brigade will have to be delayed." Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing 5-finger combat gloves, secretly clenched his fists. His heart was a little tense. There were no open areas on the island, only strange rocks and trees that were easy to hide in. Although it was easy to hide in, it was also very dangerous. When a scout from the Snowfield Brigade jumped down from a rock, his feet landed on a smooth rock covered in moss. His left foot was suddenly sprained. Fix it with a bandage first to prevent a second injury. Spray it with anti-inflammatory and analgesic spray. Let's finish tonight first. K7 became a medic. He took out bandages and sprays from the first aid kit, took off his comrades' combat boots and socks, and started to bandage the wounds. After the bandaging, the injured comrade moved his ankle. "It's done. All right, let's go, brother." J5's voice came from the earpiece. It was very low, and the sound of the waves could be heard. He was close to the beach. It was already 3:20 in the morning. 3 hours and 20 minutes later, neither side seemed to have made any progress, but the battle had already begun. Big Shark, 6:00. The sentry position is hidden. After setting up his gun, Yi Qian used the scope to observe the surroundings. After nearly an hour of observation, he saw a few leaves swaying slightly. The wind was strong on the sea, so it was normal for the leaves to sway. What was abnormal was that the leaves were all tightly packed together. Chapter 1574. Yi Qian, who had discovered the situation, reminded the storm commandos in a low voice. She began to adjust her sights, prepare for cover, and complete the sniping. She needed to maintain the consistency of her short-range and long-range shooting, so she would need to adjust her sights occasionally. The water ghosts of the storm commandos had successfully reached the beach and began to advance into the island. After being reminded, the great merman who had discovered the sentry post avoided the enemy's line of sight and went around the side to outflank them. At 3:30 in the morning, a comrade of the Snowfield Brigade was ambushed by 2 members of the Storm Commandos and was unfortunately killed. With a good start, the Marine commander let out a long sigh of relief. With a good start, he was finally able to catch his breath. The sound of empty bullets began to ring in the air above the island. Knowing that one of their comrades had died, the Snowland team quickly took care of a water ghost that was lurking in the dark. Very good, within 5 minutes, both sides were tied. The Major General of the army also let out a sigh of relief. It was not bad to be able to win a round in 5 minutes. Li Jinyan's cold voice reached everyone's ears. They've entered the attack range. 2 teams in a team, move forward alternately. During the night battle, they could focus on ambushes and sneak attacks. Using such tactics would yield good results. Although they had sufficient firepower in this match, modern equipment did not even have infrared sensors other than communication devices. They only had night vision goggles to make it easier for them to walk without falling. Therefore, they relied on their eyes and ears to receive dangerous information from the outside world, and they could quickly turn danger into safety. Xia Jinyuan sat directly on a rock, looking very domineering. He was waiting for the scout to come back with a reply, and then he would confirm the specific mission of the Storm Commandos. The military map was wrong, and the missions of both sides were unclear. In a match without a clear goal, Xia Jinyuan waited patiently with a gun in his arms. His beast-like eyes were shining with excitement. Fighting a match where both sides did not know what the final outcome would be was indeed more challenging than having a clear mission, a clear location, and a clear target to attack. That was because the entire process required one to fight while fumbling around. Whoever figured out their mission first and the other party's mission would be able to deploy in advance and seize the opportunity. Team A is 700 meters away from Team B's target. In the command room, the technician operated the computer and double-clicked on the war zone to enlarge it. On the big screen, an abandoned 3-story building appeared. The Storm Commandos needed to occupy this building in order to win the competition. The Navy commander looked at the Major General sitting beside him and sighed in admiration. The nation's sharp blade really lives up to its name. They found the base so quickly. Once they found the base, they could start defending and attacking. The Storm Commandos would have to use brute force to attack. Both sides entered from different places. If Team A still hasn't discovered the situation, I'll consider whether to remove the Q King's position. 3 hours and 40 minutes have passed. If both sides don't even know what they're guarding, I'll have to apologize to the country. Among the technicians, Group A was the Snowfield Brigade, while Group B was the Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. 5 minutes later, Xia Jinyuan suddenly jumped down from the rock like a leopard. Then he rushed into the night and entered the forest with intertwined branches. Chapter 1575. The members of the Snowfield Brigade had arrived in front of a dilapidated building that looked no different from a haunted house. It was unknown how long it had been built. The outer walls were covered with vines and vegetation. The walls were peeling and some of them had even collapsed. Z7, who was close to the wall, used his finger to dig at it. A large piece of the wall was easily plucked out by him and instantly turned into pieces. Q King, this is the position we need to cover, right? Yes, that's about it. Okay, I need to know the internal structure of the entire building in 5 minutes. Xia Jinyuan looked up at the abandoned building. It was really well hidden. It was actually built at the lowest point of the entire island. It was 3 stories high. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't even know it was there at night. He looked down at the time and said, "The countdown starts now. Come back in 5 minutes." He didn't even need to divide the work. Some stayed behind to keep watch, some to ambush, and some to scout. Soon, they started moving. Occasionally, the members' voices could be heard through the earpiece, reporting the situation on their side. Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "We found a shelter. It's 3 stories high and dangerous. The 6 of you will guard outside while the rest of us will guard inside. Whoever is sacrificed, stay aside and think about your life. Also, think about what I'll do to you." The threat was self-evident. Although there were good benefits to following their captain, it was also stressful. That night, there were no stars in the sky. The weather on the sea was always changing. One second, the moon might be cold and the stars sparse. The next second, it might be dark clouds, followed by heavy rain accompanied by thunder and lightning. The 6 members of the Snowfield Brigade who were sent outside deliberately misled the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos into thinking that they were all wandering in the forest and didn't dare to show their faces. However, Xia Jinyuan didn't think that this trick would fool Li Jinyan. Then, he immediately contacted Bai He and Pigeon who were sent to scout out Yi Qian's location. "How's the situation on your side? Have you found the exact location?" White Crane did not reply. Instead, it was Pigeon who replied in a low voice, "Q King, White Crane has died in battle. Right now, he's holding up his gun as a silent punishment. Sigh, Qing Niao's long-range sniping is a little too far. What kind of sniper rifle is she using? I reckon it's over 800 meters away. It's quite fast. Let him squat for 2 hours." Xia Jinyuan's voice was heard almost as soon as the Pigeon's voice fell. His tone was calm and he did not seem surprised at all, as if he had heard something very normal. Pigeon glanced at her pitiful comrade who had been sniped, and her expression became even more solemn. "Q King, Qing Niao has also stalled me. I'm afraid that the Demon King already knows about your stalling tactic. I didn't think that I would be able to hide it from him for long. For me, every minute counts." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He was happy for Yi Qian's performance, but also a little disappointed. He also wanted to fight side by side with her. He then ordered Pigeon, "Stay calm before retreating. Be careful that she doesn't have any blind spots. Also, tell White Crane not to be surprised that he was sniped by Qing Niao. Her sniping skills have surpassed mine, so it's normal for her to snipe White Crane. As for you, be careful. Qing Niao is very patient. She can hide in the desert for a day and a night. As long as the sand doesn't cover her body and she doesn't get buried alive, she won't move. She also won't let go of her next target. So, do as you see fit. If you're really killed by her, White Crane will have a companion." Chapter 1576. Pigeon was speechless. He was stunned. Her sniping skills were even better than Q King, who was also a sniper. Why didn't he and White Crane ask Q King more about her situation? Xia Jinyuan did not have the time to care about his comrade's complicated thoughts. After cutting off the communication, he glanced in the direction of Yi Qian. There was a hint of gentleness in his cold, handsome face. His unyielding tenderness bloomed only for Yi Qian. He would not be surprised if even Pigeon was killed by the sniper. To him, this was a very normal thing because he understood Qing Niao Yi Qian's capabilities. Snipers needed to constantly practice and master new skills. In order to support her superior's unit, she needed to be able to fight in any environment and cooperate with any unit that needed her cooperation. Yi Qian was very talented and had trained with Demon King Li before. It could be said that the two of them had developed a basic level of tacit understanding. Now that her identity had changed to that of a water ghost, she did not need any buffer time and could directly engage in combat. Previously, when she came over from school, he was worried that she would not be able to keep up with the pace of the two teams' training. After only half a day, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. The military required a sniper's physical and mental strength to be extremely high. She needed to be able to use her unique skills in any environment. Once she entered an island on the sea and received sniping instructions, she would be able to quickly enter her best state. Yi Qian had an extremely high level of rapid scanning ability. She could quickly check if there were any signs of enemy activity in the area. If it was daytime, she would be able to know if there were any signs of enemy activity in the sniper's hiding spot in less than 30 seconds. But at night, she would definitely observe carefully as she walked. Once she was well hidden, she would carefully observe her surroundings through her scope. Her super strong memory allowed her to remember every single blade of grass and tree that she saw. The next time she observed something, she would know that there was something wrong. Once she noticed that something was wrong, Yi Qian would not hesitate to take action. Now, whether Pigeon could escape from the sniper's muzzle would depend on her own abilities. In the Storm Commandos, Prawn had already reported Yi Qian's situation to Li Jinyan. His tone was full of admiration. Very impressive. Even in the complicated mountainous terrain, she was able to complete an accurate long-range snipe of 800 meters, directly taking out a member of the Snowfield Brigade who tried to approach our territory. There's no need to occupy it. After Li Jinyan heard this, he gave a new order to Yi Qian and Daoist. Q King is trying to mislead the public. Only a few members are active on the island. Seizing the beach is not our focus. If that was the main point, there should have been a firefight when they entered the island, but there was no firefight. There were only sporadic sounds. Yi Qian, who had not taken his eyes off the scope, joined in the conversation. It matches Q King's fighting style. Over. There should be another target. Where was it? After saying that, Yi Qian checked the entire area she was in charge of again. She first scanned the area from left to right, then from right to left, so that her vision could cover the entire area quickly to avoid missing any spots. After finding no problems, she did another full scan. She focused on dividing the area she had completed her previous snipe by the system. Starting from her line of defense, she divided the entire area into 3 sections, left, center, and right. Each section was scanned to a depth of about 55 yards. Chapter 1577. Regardless of whether Yi Qian had seen the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces before or not, they were like a towering snowy mountain that was difficult to climb, and so was their strength. To be honest, having a match with them was even more exciting than becoming their comrade in arms and fighting alongside them. Yi Qian gripped the butt of her sniper rifle. Hidden in the dark, her beautiful face was cold and calm. After quickly completing her first sniping, she did not immediately get up and move to the next sniping spot because there was no need for her to leave her position now. The reason was simple. She was the hunter, and her teammates from the Snowfield Brigade were the prey under her gun. Due to the fast reaction of the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces, Yi Qian did not pause for long. She only moved her sniper rifle very slightly to complete a full scan. After scanning from close range, to medium range, and to long range, she finally aimed at the medium range and completed her scan from the left and right of the medium range. She had to be careful and complete her search without missing any details in the area she had locked onto. Finally, she found something strange when she was about 50 meters away from the first sniping target. Yi Qian smiled faintly, like a red plum blossom blooming in the snowy wind. It was so beautiful that it was dazzling, but also so cold that it was frightening. Yi Qian adjusted her scope and held her breath. She did not immediately shoot. She needed to use her off-center vision to achieve accurate sniping. At night, the structure of the eye was different from during the day. During the day, she used the middle part of the pupil, while at night, she used the outer part of the pupil. Only by using the off-center vision could she complete her sniping. She was about 5.2 inches away from the center of her sight. Yi Qian did not hesitate and pulled the trigger to complete another sniping shot. Bang! The sound of the gunshot rang out, and the seabirds that had finally returned to their nests were startled once again. The pigeon immediately covered its chest and fell backwards, pretending to be dead. At the same time, it contacted Xia Jinyuan. "Q King, I'm dead. The lonely white crane finally has a companion." Xia Jinyuan did not answer and directly cut off the communication with the pigeon. Faced with the heartless abandonment of the pigeons, he turned off his signal device and walked to White Crane, who had been squatting with his gun raised for almost an hour. When he saw how his comrade was squatting, the corner of his mouth twitched. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Brother, the way you squat is a bit like the way you squat with constipation. It's not very elegant." Bai He, who had died an hour earlier, glanced at his comrade who didn't even speak elegantly, and said indifferently, "Those who resist will be punished severely, but those who confess will be lenient. Now, it's a little uncomfortable to be squatted down. When Q King sees this, his anger will subside a little." I couldn't tell that he was angry. I didn't contact him before he died. He told me directly that it was normal for the two of us to be attacked by Qingniao. The pigeon found a flatter spot to squat down and told White Crane everything that Xia Jinyuan had told him. Qingniao's sniping skills have already surpassed Q King's. It is indeed normal for the two of us to be sniped. Back then, when Q King came to our brigade to challenge us, he used a submachine gun and a sniper rifle to wipe out all 4 of our squads. He even killed 8 of our brothers with the sniper rifle in his hand. Now, he says that Qingniao is even better than him. White Crane, Qingniao's skills are really terrifying. Q King killed 8 of our brothers during the day, but Qingniao killed the 2 of us within an hour at night. Q King said that her sniping skills have surpassed his, and it's true. Most importantly, she's even younger than Q King at that time. Chapter 1578. Bai He was silent for a long time before he said, "Qingniao is indeed very strong. I've already experienced it. As long as she's willing to join our brigade, there will definitely be a place for her in our brigade." Bai He then said with a smile in his voice, "Now that a female soldier has joined the brigade, a talented and beautiful female soldier, the brigade will be lively in the future. I don't have to look at you old faces after training every day. I can go back and look at my Qingniao every day and relax my body and mind." Pigeon immediately retorted, "I'm tired of looking at your old faces. I can go back and look at my Qingniao every day and relax my body and mind." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who was about to contact his 2 dead comrades, happened to hear this and a cold look flashed across his eyes. The competition had only started for less than 5 hours, and the 2 of them had been sniped and killed. Instead of reflecting on themselves, they were even chatting about things unrelated to training. As veterans, when did their self-awareness become so poor? Qingniao is very strong, but don't they know how to reflect on themselves and realize that they're not as strong as others? Sounds like you guys are having a good chat. His cold voice came through their earpieces. Pigeon and Bai He, who were chatting happily, were caught red-handed talking to Q King, who was younger than them. Their calves and stomachs began to tremble. Oh no, they wanted to say that they were going to atone for their crimes. Now, they could only hope that their punishment would not be increased. And you wanted to say that the weather is going to change. You two should find a place to hide from the rain. Now, it seems like there's no need to hide from the rain. Continue standing. Xia Jinyuan felt that he shouldn't be too kind. If he was too kind, it would be easy to get into trouble. It's 4:30 in the morning now. Stand until 5:30 in the morning. Is there a problem? Realizing that they had made a mistake, the 2 of them immediately answered, "No." Very good. Raise your guns and stand in the horse stance until 5:30 in the morning. I want you to reflect on your actions. When it came to combat, Xia Jinyuan had always been ruthless. He was not as casual as he usually was. He always knew when to do what. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the captain of the Snowfield Brigade, and the youngest captain in history. The startled seabirds returned to their nests. Dark clouds seemed to be sweeping across the inky sky. Yi Qian and Daoist quickly descended from the highest point. She turned her head to look at the sea and frowned slightly. The weather has changed. Fighting in bad weather would be even more difficult due to the environment. It all depended on how their comrades dealt with it. Even though it was only a spar and not a competition of victory or defeat, it would still be embarrassing if he lost. It's very common for the weather to change at sea. It also makes it easier for snipers to hide. After continuously sniping 2 members of the Snowfield Brigade for an hour and 5 minutes, Daoist was impressed by Xianxia. He jumped down from the rock and supported himself with one hand. He smiled at Yi Qian, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. This weather is the best weather for us water ghosts to fight in. The Major General of the army thought so too. Seeing that 2 of his generals had been sniped in one go, the Major General's eyes darkened. He asked the technician, who was the one who fired just now. Reporting, Team B Xianxia, the technician immediately replied. The technician answered immediately and zoomed in on the location where Yi Jian was hiding at that time so that the leaders could know more details. After measuring the distance, the first sniper target was 802 meters, and the second sniper target was 852 meters. The sniper rifle she used was accurate and had a range of 600 meters. The maximum range was 3,700 meters. Chapter 1579. The Major General of the army was stunned for a moment. So, the 2 Special Forces soldiers under his command were killed by another Special Forces soldier that he had temporarily sent out? Suddenly, the Major General of the army didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What the hell was this? The younger generation will surpass us in time. Xianxia's strength is indeed amazing. The Navy commander couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He joked with the Major General of the army again, it seems that I have to consider recruiting a group of female frogmen, and then list Xianxia as the first talent to recruit. The Major General of the army laughed heartily. Although his face was thin and his hair was weathered by the years, his hale and hearty eyes that were full of majesty made him look particularly young. He looked at the Navy commander who was making fun of him and sighed, don't even think about it. It's definitely impossible. This is a soldier that we have been waiting for 4 or 5 years. It was not easy to train her into a talent. How can I let you take advantage of her? Ha ha ha, I do want to take advantage of her, but Xianxia's intention is not here. Even if I want to take advantage of her, there is no chance for me to take advantage of her. The atmosphere in the command room had been tense before. The 2 senior generals joked with each other, and the low pressure made the tense atmosphere a lot less tense. It didn't last long. As the battle went deeper, the 2 senior generals seriously discussed the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 teams. The torrential rain hit at 5:05. The heavy rain swept across the entire island with the wind, blowing the trees to the side as if they were about to be uprooted. The stormy waves that were several meters high slammed against the shore, as if there was a dragon under the water that was going to swallow the entire island with the huge waves. The tornado came from the horizon of the sea with the power of nature. It moved from the sea to the shore and then to the island, bringing about a devastating and terrifying disaster. J5, please answer if you hear me. J5, please answer if you hear me. Xia Jinyuan, with a tense expression, called out to J5 who was closest to the beach. With rainwater dripping down his face, he moved forward quickly and kept calling out to J5. As the storm hit, J5 only said one sentence in the channel, a tornado is coming. Brothers, be careful. Then it suddenly cut off, leaving only the buzzing sound of the radio waves. No matter how much Xia Jinyuan called, there was no response from J5. He immediately ordered the channel. J5 situation is unclear. Eagle, Sparrow Hawk, support J5. 50% were captured, 50% were knocked out by the waves. Roger. Two robust voices were heard. Then, two shadows of almost the same height and body shape dashed out of nowhere, braving the torrential rain to rush out for several meters. It was only the first day of the tournament, but it was already extremely difficult. Out of the 6 members of the Storm Commando sent by the Shuiyu Brigade, 3 of them were killed and 1 of them was missing. Standing in the heavy rain, Xia Jinyuan stared at the dark clouds in front of him. A cold smile gradually appeared on his face. Tornadoes came from the east and west of the island, bringing disaster to the island and breakfast to the water ghosts. They cut open the stomach of a sea fish with a dagger and dug out its innards. They rinsed the innards in the rainwater and put them in their mouths to chew. Yi Qian picked up a squid. She ate it gently, cutting it into strips before chewing. Beside her, Big Prawn, who was watching her eat, couldn't help but laugh. Put a few strips in a Ziploc bag. We'll have it for lunch. Chapter 1580. They rested temporarily under a rock to replenish their energy. The 2 of them happened to be outside of the tornado. Once the tornado passed, they would have breakfast. Yi Qian really did grab a few fish and put them in a sealed bag. He then cut them into slices and put them in. After wiping away the traces, he walked with Prawn to the rendezvous point. They needed to meet up with the rest of the team. The sky was already bright, and they could see the dark clouds above the sea clearly, as if they were going to merge with the sea. The rain was so dense that it was like a net, and it never stopped. The leaves were crackling under the rain, which covered the sound of movement very well. At 7:00 in the morning, 2 members of the Storm Commandos were assassinated and even their guns were taken. In terms of numbers, the 2 sides were once again tied, but from a tactical point of view, the 2 members were obviously killed by a close-range sneak attack. The Snowfield Brigade was good at sneak attacks. Li Jinyan took the fish that Prawn handed over and slowly chewed on it before saying, "Don't worry, we still have their captives." The captive J5 was also eating seafood. He was treated well, and he didn't even need to deal with it himself. "I'm the same as you guys, I don't know anything. If you capture me, based on my understanding of Q King, I'd love for you to get rid of me so that he won't be angry." J5 used to be an instructor. He was so eloquent that he could escape with his mouth. Even if he was captured, he wasn't in a hurry and could even talk to them with a smile. Yi Qian knew that J5 had once used his mouth to escape from danger. His eyes were full of pity. He really didn't understand the Devil King. Now that he had become his captive, it would be difficult for him to escape. Li Jinyan looked at him calmly and said to the water ghost who was feeding him fish, "Feed him until he's full. Don't let Q King think that we're harsh on our captives." This sentence didn't sound wrong at all, but for some reason, J5 felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being targeted by a vicious beast. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. The wind and rain made visibility quite low, but this was nothing to the water ghosts. They had changed into jungle camouflage combat uniforms upon landing. Even though they knew that there was danger ahead, they were still fearless and continued to advance. The 2 scouts sent news that there was movement in an abandoned building. They were requesting the Devil King's instructions. This news lifted the spirits of the entire Storm Commandos. Needless to say, this was definitely their target. "Give the order the Storm Commandos to take down the occupied building before 12:00. The command center issued the order of the Marine Commander. The originally calm eyes of the Storm Commandos who received the order suddenly burst out with wolf-like gazes. They all stared at the Demon King. Seeing this, J5's expression changed. The Water Ghoul team was about to engage in a great battle. This This. All of them were pinching him to death. After training together for so long, it wasn't that they didn't know the Demon King's strength, but they only knew how strong the Demon King was after seeing his commanding ability. Sniper. I don't need you to snipe too many targets. Open up a gap for me. Li Jinyan used a rock as a target building. He held a tree branch in his hand and began to deploy. The three of you, complete the blast. Block their retreat. Chapter 1581. Li Jinyan, codenamed Demon King, was an expert in close and long-range combat. His skills were excellent, and he was especially good at commanding. His goal was to annihilate the enemy. His fighting style was tough, and he did not give the enemy a chance to counterattack. Li Jinyan left a deep impression on Yi Qian once again. Moreover, Demon King Li's strictness was beyond her imagination. Because they did not have a battle map, although the scouts had explored the abandoned building in front of them, they had not investigated the surrounding environment in detail. In order to make the arrangements more detailed, he ordered 2 more scouts to quickly get a general understanding of the terrain around the building. They had to take down the building before 12, and it was already 8:17. Now that they knew the mission, Li Jinyan was not in a hurry. He first went through all the arrangements in his mind, and then gave them one by one. He was the battle commander in the competition. Only by making the battle arrangements in advance could he be clear about everyone's mission. Never fight a battle that you are not confident in. That was Li Jinyan's motto. The water ghosts were not in a hurry. They patiently waited for news from the front. Yi Qian had always been patient. While waiting quietly, she leaned against a rock and closed her eyes to rest. The rain was so heavy, but she was still able to calm down and rest. Li Jinyan could not help but look at her a few more times. There was a faint, inexplicable darkness in his cold eyes. Qing Niao, able to endure hardships, stronger and more resilient than he had imagined. She was a very outstanding female soldier. He did not look at her for too long. After looking at her a few more times, Li Jinyan moved his gaze away and contacted his team members who were also fighting on the periphery. Demon King, one of our brothers died. 2 people from the Snowfield Brigade died, and 1 was bitten to death. Both sides did not show up easily. The Big Shark reported the situation of their battle on the periphery. Like Xia Jinyuan, Li Jinyan would not gather all his team members. He would split a small team to eliminate the smoke bomb team that Xia Jinyuan had released. Both Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan received the report from the Great Mermaid. So far, they had 1 more casualty than Xia Jinyuan. The strength of the 2 teams was already quite strong. Now, there was only one difference in the number of deaths. The Major General of the Army and the Commander of the Navy discussed and analyzed. In addition to the analysis of other generals, they estimated that the Storm Commandos had a chance of winning, but they would have to pay a high price. The advantage of the Storm Commandos was that they were familiar with fighting on the island in such strong winds and heavy rain, and they could quickly make advantageous judgments based on their experience. The Snowfield Brigade, on the other hand, was tenacious and had rich combat experience. Although they were fighting on the sea, they were still grounded. To them, it was no different from fighting in the mountains. The only thing that made them inferior to the Storm Commandos was that they were not familiar with the island's environment. In the future, we should have such a competition once a year. Only then can we advance together and encourage each other. Major General Cheng Ken reflected on their shortcomings and pointed out their shortcomings. All this time, we've never focused on fighting on the sea and focused on fighting on land. This is a huge mistake. When he returned, he would apply for a sum of military funds for the Snowfield Brigade from the military headquarters to be used for fighting in various regions. The commander of the Navy nodded in agreement and said earnestly, "You're right. This kind of competition should be held once a year. Only then can we not be blinded by what we see. Only then can we constantly discover new problems and improve." Chapter 1582. Why was there a need to carry out normal military preparations, drills, and confrontations between different types of soldiers? Firstly, it was because they were afraid that if the peace lasted too long, the soldiers' bloodlust would fade and they would think that they were real soldiers after just one round of training. Secondly, there was a need to constantly innovate and improve. They had to constantly discover new problems and improve the soldiers' ability to fight on the battlefield. As the saying went, those who love to fight will die, those who forget to fight will be in danger. If they did not fight, did not practice, and did not engage in confrontations between different types of soldiers, they would only guard their own fields every day. It was all for show. If the enemy attacked, the entire army would be wiped out. The soldiers were the guardians of a country. If even the guardians became vegetarians, what awaited the country would be destruction. As special forces, they were the sharpest sword of the country. They were the sword that could turn the tide at critical times. If even they were unable to see the big picture, there was no need for the country to attack. They would be digging their own graves. After seeing the shortcomings of each other's teams, the two senior generals understood what kind of targeted training plans they had to arrange in the future. The battle situation changed on the big screen. Team B ambushed a member of Team A, and then Team A directly entered Team B's defensive zone to launch a sneak attack. No one could take advantage of the other, and no one would end up well. The Storm Commando's scouts brought back news at 9:30. Li Jinyan's battle deployment was even more meticulous. Split into 5 sectors. 3 teams will be responsible for clearing out their own sectors. The 7-shaped building had a team in the front, back, and middle sections. One team would be at the back, and the other team would block the retreat. The Demon King's ruthlessness could be seen from his tactical deployment. This was a man who was equally ruthless and steady in battle. He was on par with Captain Xia. Yi Qian listened attentively until Li Jinyan pointed at her. "Qing Niao, the two of us will be the first to enter within 1 kilometer of the target. I will scout, and you will complete the breakthrough." "Okay." Yi Qian nodded. This time, she was not the only sniper. There was another sniper who went around the back of the building to intercept them. Demon King Li's plan was very clear. He would press everyone into the urn and fight until there was no one left on both sides or no bullets left. J5's face was extremely solemn when he heard this. The Demon King's battle was very stable, so stable that no one could find a single flaw. He was a little worried for his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. It was exciting to meet such an opponent. Unfortunately, he had been captured. What awaited him was still unknown. There was no need to wait any longer now that there was a thorough deployment. Escorting the captive, J5 shuttled through the dense rain like a net, advancing towards their destination. The rain showed no signs of stopping. The phantoms on the island started to move closer to the abandoned building. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan were faster than the other members. The two of them covered each other and braved the heavy rain to get within 1 kilometer of the target. Using a pair of binoculars disguised as leaves, Li Jinyan carefully observed the building that was less than a kilometer away. After he finished observing, he bent down and gestured for Yi Qian to crouch down. His slender fingers, which were wearing combat gloves, directly divided the ground into various regions. He pointed at one of the regions and said, "This is their escape route. This is a breakthrough point. You are responsible for tearing it open. Come and take a look at their terrain." Yi Qian took the binoculars from him. After she finished observing the terrain, she pointed at the region that she was responsible for breaking through. "I will hide here. This is a turning point in the crossfire between the two sides. I can attack and provide cover." Chapter 1583. The island's environment was complicated and the rain was heavy, which provided her with a lot of hiding spots. This spot could be used for both attack and cover, and it was also convenient for her to change positions quickly. This was also the spot that Li Jinyan was optimistic about. Seeing that she pointed it out so quickly, there was a hint of appreciation in his cold eyes. "Okay, I'll wait for your news." At 10:00 sharp, the members of the Storm Commandos all went into battle. Yi Qian did not approach directly like they did. She fought alone and carried out a sniper operation. Therefore, while maintaining contact with the water ghosts, she reached the spot that Li Jinyan had agreed on with her. This spot could be used for both attack and cover, and it was a sniping spot with a wide field of vision. Sniper Qing Niao in position. Over. After sending her position and coordinates, Yi Qian began to aim her gun at the bottom of the building, waiting for the water ghosts to arrive so that they could finish the battle together. The comrade in charge of reconnaissance noticed the situation and reported that the water ghosts of the Storm Commandos were approaching them. Xia Jinyuan immediately said to Ing Ke and Xiao Ying, "You two work with G3 to attack the periphery." There were originally 6 comrades in arms moving around the periphery, but only G3 was left. With Ing Ke and Xiao Ying, who were good at shooting, providing support, Xia Jinyuan was very calm. The 2 special forces of the country were fully engaged in battle. The water ghosts directly sneaked into the building and started to kill. Yi Qian was even faster, aiming at the entrance on her side to complete the mission that Li Jinyan had given her. The big screen in the command room showed the situation of the battle between the 2 forces. All the data was analyzed by the technical staff so that the senior generals in the command room could understand it in time and send the data to the military headquarters in time. In the military headquarters, General Xia placed his hands on the conference table quietly. His eyes were fixed on the data on the projection screen and the situation of the battle between the 2 forces. There were not many generals in the conference room. Other than the 3 senior generals in military uniforms, the leader that Yi Qian had accompanied before was also present. Beside the leader sat a dignified leader in casual clothes. This was the country's highest leader. He attached great importance to the battle between the 2 forces of the country and arrived at the military headquarters at 7:00 in the morning to watch. The combat standards of these 2 groups are very strong. However, Group B is obviously more suited for naval combat and can accurately find the Mingmen. Group A's counterattack is strong. Not bad, to be able to remain so calm in someone else's territory. It's clear that their combat skills are above average. China's highest leader gave a very high evaluation of this confrontation. Although he was serious throughout the whole process, his gaze was very gentle. Although the invisible pressure was still there, it could be seen that the highest leader was quite satisfied with this day's confrontation. When the leader saw the last scene, he couldn't help but point at the screen and ask Commander-in-Chief Xia with uncertainty, "Lieutenant General, this soldier is a female soldier, right?" "Yes, she is a military student from the National University of Science and Technology. She is currently in her first year. Her code name is Qing Niao for this operation." Commander-in-Chief Xia replied calmly and said admiringly, "She's a very outstanding female soldier. If there are no accidents, she will also become a soldier who will go abroad to participate in the competition next year. She is also the only female soldier who will participate in this battle." Yi Qian was outstanding, even more outstanding than that rascal of a son of his. Her excellence was not only seen by him, but also by the people in the room. To be fair, Yi Qian was worthy of praise. An orphan, a child without roots, since she was so outstanding, he would give her a good wind and hope that she could soar to the top. Chapter 1584. Yi Qian's vigorous and fearless figure appeared on the projection screen. When the Storm Brigade broke through the Snowfield Brigade's defensive line, Yi Qian switched out his sniper rifle for an assault rifle. In the heavy rain, even though it hurt when the rain fell on her body, and her body was so cold that it felt like her blood had frozen, she was still able to aim and protect her comrades as they attacked. Over there were comrades who had charged forward without a care for their own lives. Over there were people who had died. It was as if they had stepped over their bodies to enter. Over there, she saw the cruelty of war and the sorrow of blood and tears. The rapid sound of bullets could be heard amidst the rain. The signal device that signaled the death of a soldier let out a long and rapid beep. This made Yi Qian's expression turn colder and colder. This was a competition, but it was also a war. Her bullets were fired to protect the lives of her comrades. Her mission was to protect the lives of her comrades. Why did she appear here? Because she was a soldier. She shouldered the mission of a soldier, the sacred mission of fighting to protect her country. Their country had risen, and behind its rise was a strong military force. They had the new weapons that had appeared during the celebration, as well as millions of soldiers who were protecting their country. This was a country that had risen. She was a soldier of this country, a soldier who fought for glory. At this moment, Yi Qian was like a cold unsheathed sword. Wherever the sword pointed, it would be invincible. In the end, not many members of the Storm Commandos managed to enter the three-story building. In the end, there were only 8 of them. But the Snowfield Brigade wasn't any better. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were both ruthless soldiers. Even though their combat zone was limited to the three-story building, the Storm Brigade couldn't advance any further, and the Snowfield Brigade couldn't go up or down either. Above them was the open roof. Outside, there was Yi Qian's suppressive fire. Below, the Storm Commandos' water demons appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Those who couldn't avoid being shot were shot from behind. Qing Niao's firepower is strong. It's all lethal suppression. Take a muzzle and aim it at her. The Snowfield Brigade had been suppressed by Yi Qian twice when they tried to charge up the hill. There was no way for them to charge out. The ability of a sniper was terrifying. They could cause serious and far-reaching damage to a small or large formation, or even an entire military area. They could cause great damage to a unit, and sometimes even destroy an elite unit. This was definitely not an exaggeration, but an indisputable fact. With her superb marksmanship, she could even go up against an armored unit. It seems that the last time I worked with her, she didn't display her full potential. K7 said in a low voice. He had almost been hit as well. If Q King hadn't pulled him back, he would have been one of the casualties. The Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Eagle had his back against the mottled wall. He raised his assault rifle and fired a volley of shots outside. Then, he quickly returned to his original position and crouched down. He said to K7, "If we don't kill the sniper outside, we won't be able to get out." Not to mention an armored unit, with her accuracy, even large equipment would be turned into a sieve by her. Another Snowfield Brigade member finished suppressing the enemy. He wiped the rainwater off his face and said in a low voice, "It's difficult. We still don't know where she is hiding." A sniper had fired multiple shots. She had fired so many shots that no one knew where she was hiding. This ability was enough to make people fear her. Chapter 1585. As for why they said that even an armored vehicle could be destroyed by a sniper, they weren't just making an analogy to describe how powerful the sniper was. If a sniper were to fight against an armored vehicle, such as a tank, people who didn't know better would think that a sniper wouldn't be able to defeat a tank. If they had such a thought, they would be gravely mistaken. Today's tanks relied on computers and optical equipment, but to a sniper, these were suitable targets. As long as a sniper targeted a tank, the tank would be destroyed by the sniper. The reason why Headmaster Chen was able to become the Soldier King of that era had a lot to do with his superb marksmanship. As for him, before he retired from the army, he had also trained a group of outstanding snipers. It was a pity that he had retired in a hurry, leaving behind too many regrets. Fortunately, his regrets didn't last forever. He trained Yi Qian to be an excellent sniper. Even though Yi Qian was still young, with Principal Chen's guidance and her own hard work, her sniping skills had reached a level where no matter how good the enemy was at hiding, she could still kill with one shot when she was in stealth mode or lying down. This was Yi Qian's ability. It could be said that no one in the entire Snowfield Brigade could surpass her. She could feel the reaction of the bullet when she held the gun, and she could even see the 4D dynamic anatomy of the gun in her mind. This kind of unique talent wasn't something that everyone had. If Yi Qian were to fight against a small or large squad, she wouldn't have any problems. Xia Jinyuan listened to the conversation of his comrades and felt an indescribable sense of pride. Little fox, I said that you would definitely become an excellent soldier. Look, you haven't even joined the Snowfield Brigade yet, but my comrades are already praising you. He wiped the rain off his face. His eyes were filled with the wildness of a wild wolf. He looked at the time and said to K7, there are still 5 minutes until midnight. Don't even think about winning, but it was a good fight. Fighting with Demon King Li again, it was a good fight. It was too good, the joy of meeting a strong opponent and killing them. K7, who was usually expressionless, had a carefree expression on his face. He nodded and said, there are still 4 days left. The best is yet to come. I'm looking forward to going up against Qingniao. That's awesome. This time, it was different from the kind of continuous matches where once you died, you couldn't return to the battlefield. This was a match that was split into stages and subjects. The members who died on the first day would return to the team the next day to complete the next match. That was why K7 said the best part was yet to come. The military's highest-ranking leader who had been observing all this time saw this and spoke again. The female soldiers showed the bravery of soldiers earlier than the male soldiers. They have a sense of righteousness and are not afraid of sacrifice. The National University of Science and Technology has always been the cradle for cultivating the new generation of military officers in our country. Such female soldiers did not disgrace the school and have won glory for the school. There was no mention of winning glory for the country. The top leaders did not know that Yi Qian had carried out a mission before. However, they admired Yi Qian's state of mind. She did not treat this match as a competition. Instead, she treated it as a real battlefield filled with smoke and flames of war. Every bullet she fired was to protect her comrades and the country's leaders behind her. A female soldier from the National University of Science and Technology with the code name, Qingniao. Not bad. The Navy's commander personally received Yi Qian's call and told her personally, Qingniao, the country's highest-ranking leader has given you extremely high praise for your combat skills. He has also called for all female soldiers to follow your example and learn from you. Chapter 1586. Just as the high-ranking generals had predicted, the Storm team won the match. There were still 41 seconds left before midnight. But just as the generals had predicted, even though they won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The Snowfield Brigade was a pack of wolves from the depths of the snowy region. They had a strong and unbreakable tacit understanding and absolute obedience. They also fought as one and were ruthless enough to not let go of their opponents. Fighting on the sea was their weakness. If they had fought in the mountains, forests, plateaus, plains, or deserts, it would have been very difficult for the Storm Amphibious Assault Team to achieve victory. Of course, this didn't mean that the Storm Amphibious Assault Team couldn't do it. They had been established in June last year, and under the leadership of Demon King Li, they could still fight with the Snowfield Brigade for a few hours and win in the end. This was enough to prove how successful Demon King Li's training and commanding were. If they had been established a few years earlier, then today's competition would have been even more exciting and exciting. When Yi Qian, who was talking to the Navy commander, heard this, Yi Qian, whose clothes were so wet that there wasn't a single spot on his body that was dry, stood up straight. Facing praise from the country's highest leader, he was definitely emotional. However, his voice was still steady as he replied calmly, "This is what I should do because I am a soldier." Very good. You are unfazed by both praise and humiliation. The Navy commander praised, and his admiration for Yi Qian grew even more. When the Navy commander found out that someone was secretly plotting against Yi Qian, he immediately took off his military cap and placed it on the table during a military meeting. He stood up and said coldly, "If she violates any military discipline or military law, I, Dong Lisheng, will take off my military uniform. This was how much he trusted Yi Qian. Yi Qian never lost his sense of propriety in the face of praise. Everyone here was so outstanding, so why was she the only one who was praised? There was another reason, because she was the only female soldier in the 2 brigades. Just this identity alone was enough for the country's highest leader to pay extra attention to her. In addition, she fought a little fiercely in the last half an hour, so naturally, the highest leader paid extra attention to her and praised her. Receiving praise and glory didn't only belong to her, but also to everyone. The tent is set up. Go change your clothes. Behind him, Li Jinyan walked over to remind him. The expression on his handsome face was as cold as ice. Even the way he looked at Yi Qian was the same as before. While Yi Jian was on the phone with the Navy commander, they had already set up the tent. Yi Jian smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Li Jinyan replied. Looking at the approaching female soldier, a faint smile flashed across his cold eyes. When she came closer, he said indifferently, "Today was very exciting. We'll continue tomorrow." Yi Qian, who had never praised anyone before, was suddenly praised by the Demon King, who had never praised anyone before, but this time, she was really surprised. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and replied calmly, "My comrades cooperated very well, which was why I had the firepower in the later stages of the game. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such results." "Yeah, but you're really good at sniping." Li Jinyan, who didn't talk to the female soldier as they walked, suppressed the awkwardness in his heart and tried his best to not let the conversation turn cold. He had no choice. He was now shouldering a very heavy responsibility. The Navy commander had secretly ordered him to make Xianxia stay and join the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team no matter what method he used. He had received this order 10 minutes ago. Chapter 1587. Li Jinyan wasn't surprised to receive the commander's secret order. His vice-captain, Big Shark, had hinted to him several times and also mentioned it to the commander. As for himself, it would be hypocritical to say that he didn't want Yi Qian to join the team. How could he not be moved when such an outstanding female soldier was standing in front of him? He also wanted Yi Qian to join the Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team. But some things couldn't be achieved just because you wanted them. Yi Jian was not an ordinary female soldier. She was a female soldier sent by the army to study in the Navy. She was carefully cultivated by the army. The direction of cultivation was to become an Army Special Warfare Special Forces. This was not a goal that could be achieved overnight. It started when she was 14 years old. The commander wanted him to persuade her to join the Navy. Li Jinyan felt that it would be harder than fighting Xia Jinyuan. Thinking back to the conversation between the commander and him 10 minutes ago, Li Jinyan couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his forehead. How should he tell Yi Qian? "Jinyan, I think this female soldier, Yi Jian, is really not bad. She has the ability, the education, and the looks. Do you think her looks are just average? She's a flower in the eyes of the entire army. Tell me, how can we miss out on such a good soldier? We have to do everything we can to win her over." At that time, the commander's voice was very low. It was obvious that he deliberately took a few minutes to contact him behind the backs of the army generals who were watching the battle. So the more he spoke, the lower his voice was, as if he was afraid of being overheard. "I knew she was good before, but I thought that no matter how good she was still a female soldier. It would be the same if we recruited a few more powerful male soldiers. But now, I have to say that I underestimated Yi Qian. How is she good? She's going to heaven." At that time, he said, if she wasn't good, the army wouldn't have sent Q King to personally send her over. If she wasn't good, the army wouldn't have spent so much effort to cultivate her. That's right. So, we have to keep her. The commander's tone at that time made him speechless. Because Yi Qian was good, they wanted to keep her. It didn't sound wrong. It was simple and easy to understand. Before he could speak, the commander lowered his voice again and said, "Talent? We don't have to be afraid of talent in our team." When the Snowfield Brigade made a move, they shocked all of us who were watching the battle. The army did send her, but Yi Qian is still a military school student. We haven't decided which unit she'll be assigned to yet. Therefore, we have to act one step ahead of time. We can't wait for the other army field units to join in the fun. Yi Qian. There will always be people to keep her. Li Jinyan didn't know that when the Navy commander heard him say this, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally understood what he meant. That's right, that's what he meant. If that was all, Li Jinyan wouldn't feel as awkward as he did now. Seeing that they were done talking and could hang up, the commander whispered to him again, "I just mentioned Yi Jian's looks. I think you're not bad either. Why don't you try a honey trap or something? Your vice captain, Big Shark, mentioned it to me in a very subtle way before. At the time, I thought it was ridiculous. Now that I think about it, it seems like it could work. Both of you are unmarried. It would be a good story to match the two of you together." After Big Shark, this was the second time someone tried to match him with Yi Qian. Chapter 1588. He didn't have any thoughts about it, but people kept mentioning it to him. Could it be that in their eyes, he was so old that he needed help finding friends? Regardless of whether he had to find a girlfriend, it depended on whether the other party was willing to accept him. Furthermore, Li Jinyan glanced at the female soldier who was able to keep up with his pace. Under the influence of the commander, he couldn't help but take another look at the female soldier. Because of that one look, Li Jinyan, who had never been interested in a woman before, suddenly felt that the female soldier was indeed very beautiful. Major Li Jinyan, who had always treated women as if they were a blank piece of paper, finally couldn't go against his true feelings. For the first time, he praised a girl in his heart. Very beautiful. It wasn't the kind of beauty that was full of splendor, but it was definitely not a simple and elegant beauty. Yi Qian's beauty was a combination of both. When she was in battle, she was as beautiful as a peony. When she was in full bloom, she was famous in the capital. When she was quiet, she was like a lotus flower that stood aloof from worldly affairs, but was so beautiful that it made people's eyes linger. When she smiled, she was like a trickling stream hidden in a mountain stream. Gentle, virtuous, and even just looking at her smile made people feel comfortable. It was impossible to tell that she was a sniper who could hold back 10,000 men. When she smiled, she didn't look aggressive at all. Only the elegant expression between her brows showed that she was a resilient girl. Yi Qian could tell that Li Jinyan was intentionally trying to find a topic to chat with her. So, no matter what he said, she responded with a slight smile. She didn't say anything more, nor did she say anything less. From beginning to end, she maintained her elegance and politeness. They were still a short distance away from the camp. Seeing that the quiet Devil King was running out of topics to talk about, Yi Qian naturally asked casually, "Devil King, at that time, my code name was Jin Feng. Why did it change to Qingniao the next day?" She had always wanted to ask, but she hadn't found the opportunity. Other than training, the two teams were still training. When they had time, they would gather together to discuss topics related to training and skills. How could they have the time to talk about things unrelated to the match? This time, if it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to find a topic to talk about and not make the atmosphere awkward, she wouldn't have asked. Li Jinyan did not hide anything and replied, "Q King said that there are a lot of codenames like Golden Phoenix in the army. It's extremely vulgar and unpleasant to the ears. Qingniao was given by him. It does sound better than Jin Feng. Qingniao was the predecessor of the Phoenix." It was obvious that Xia Jinyuan had high hopes for Yi Qian. As for asking him to sacrifice his manhood, with Xia Jinyuan around, who would need his manhood? None of them told the commander that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan seemed to have an unusual relationship. However, this was someone else's private matter. As long as it didn't affect the training, he wouldn't care, nor did he have much interest in caring. No matter how beautiful Yi Qian was, he had to keep his distance. He didn't want others to misunderstand and cause unnecessary trouble. Li Jinyan was a mature and introverted man. He had always analyzed things thoroughly. He was also an excellent soldier with his own set of principles and bottom lines. Since he could vaguely feel that Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan's relationship was unusual, he definitely wouldn't do anything. Even if he did admire Yi Qian, it had to stay within the framework of admiration between comrades in arms. He couldn't take another step forward. After Yi Qian figured out the origin of her codename, she couldn't help but smile. So it was given by Captain Xia. However, Qing Niao sounded better than Jin Feng. Even though she didn't care about these things, having a more elegant codename wasn't a bad idea. Chapter 1589. Knowing that he was someone who could take a joke, Yi Qian laughed and said, "Qing Niao does sound better than Jin Feng. It's much more elegant. Demon King, did you come up with the team's code names?" So simple. They were all related to the fish. Yes, easy to remember. Thinking of this codename, Li Jinyan's eyes flashed with a smile. Last year, when they formed the team, everyone was required to have a codename. Coincidentally, they caught a lobster during a deep dive, and the team member who caught the lobster said, "Big Lobster." Big Merman replied, "Codename Big Lobster. Then I'll codename Big Merman." That was how the team's codenames came about. After Yi Qian listened to the process of coming up with a codename, he laughed so hard that his pearly white teeth could be seen. "It's really easy to remember. I just have to shout like a sea creature, and someone will answer me." Li Jinyan could hear the teasing in her laughter, but he did not think much of it. Their team's codenames sounded worse than the Snowfield Brigade's codenames, but they were easy to remember and could not be shouted wrongly, so it did not matter if they sounded bad. Ahead of them was the mountain camp that they had arrived at tonight. Li Jinyan saw her shoulders shrink and quickened his pace. "Change your clothes and come to my place to discuss the competition tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. We don't have much time, so hurry up." It was now 9:43 p.m. They had been sent here by a transport plane from the island at 5 p.m. today. It was the location of the competition the next 2 days. It was a mountain range that was 3 hours away from Hai Province by flight. The command center calculated the time very precisely because they needed to avoid being seen, so everything could only be done in the dark. Darkness was the best cover, so once the wind stopped, they immediately sent a transport plane to the island. When they arrived at the mountain, it was almost 9 p.m. Even though the competition was only going to last for 5 days, there were 3 locations: the sea, the mountain, and the plateau. The training that followed would focus on the plateau, the plains, the mountain, and the forest. The storm commandos who were participating in the special training would be led by Li Jinyan. This was what the water ghosts were hoping for. They needed this kind of training. "You've already received the order?" When he heard about the confrontation tomorrow and the day after, Yi Qian's eyes lit up. "Our 2 teams didn't camp together tonight, so we don't know each other's exact location. How are we going to proceed?" Li Jinyan was a little embarrassed when he thought of the Marine commander's last words. Now, his heart was clear and calm. He replied in a very light tone, "Our next task is to hunt." Hunting referred to killing the members of both sides within 2 days, without leaving a single one alive. While Yi Qian was talking to the Navy commander, Li Jinyan was receiving orders and instructions from the Army Major General. Along the way, they still had many missions to complete, all of which were obstacle missions. Only by completing these missions and killing the other party's members could it be considered a real hunt. He briefly explained the mission to Yi Qian, and then added, "They didn't give us an exact time, so it's possible that we'll start the battle tonight. We need to discuss it before we go to sleep. Alright, I'll come over immediately after I get changed. Without further ado, Yi Qian quickened his pace. It was a little cold. They had been in the wind and rain for the whole day. After 4 hours on the transport plane, they finally managed to dry their combat uniform a little. But when they got off the plane at the mountain, they were met with another cold rain, and the combat uniform was completely soaked again. But this time, it was a little cold. It was autumn in the mountains, and the temperature at night was not even 20 degrees. Even Yi Qian, who had a good physique, felt a little cold. Chapter 1590. Hunting was the longest mission in this competition. When Yi Qian saw the arrangement, he could not help but purse his lips a little. It was even more difficult than today's building invasion. It looked like a mission, but it was not. This competition was divided into 3 small missions, each more difficult than the last. This time, they had to carry 25 kilograms of combat equipment and complete the hostage target, search shooting, support shooting, and shooting with 100 bullets in a 300 m time limit. The reason Yi Qian pursed his lips was because of the last mission, which required him to partner up with 100 bullets in a 300 m time limit. Everyone has to complete the shooting with 100 bullets in a 300 m time limit. You have to pass through 4 large obstacles in the middle. Li Jinyan emphasized the fact that the Storm Commandos and the Shuayu Brigade had a limited time limit of 100 rounds of accurate shooting. This was the strength that both the Storm Commandos and the Shuayu Brigade had. The difficulty was that they had to change guns and switch targets midway. Li Jinyan looked at Yi Qian. Who do you want to partner up with? Changing guns in the middle of shooting meant that one of the team members would quickly change the magazine and hand over the gun in his hand to his partner after firing 50 bullets. The partner would then have to finish firing 50 bullets at this time to complete the change of gun and switch their target positions. This training not only required the two to have good teamwork, but they also needed to know how many bullets they had to fire. Furthermore, both parties had to maintain synchronized shooting. Only when the other party was changing magazines would the person holding the gun need to slightly control their shooting speed. Only then would they be able to reload the magazine properly. Yi Qian had just finished firing 50 bullets and managed to switch guns at the same time as the other party. Why did Li Jinyan ask Yi Qian first? It was mainly because she did not have much time to train with them, so she had to choose who had the best teamwork with her. Devil, you and Xianxia are the best partners. Big Shark, who had a band-aid on her face, suggested. Xianxia usually trains with you. You two also work together during the final battle today. This time, it's still the two of you. Yi Qian had no problems, but he did not know if the devil would have any problems. Sure. Li Jinyan nodded. The rest of the team members already had their own partners, so there was no need for him to arrange them one by one. They could just discuss in private. He glanced at Yi Qian indifferently, then continued with the next topic. Search shooting, hostage shooting, and support shooting will be done in 2 groups. I will be in charge of one group, and Ashao will be in charge of the other group. As for Yi Qian, he was naturally assigned to Li Jinyan's team. Because they needed to march tomorrow and the next 2 days, and because the 4th and 5th days were continuous confrontations, the 2 teams had to finish arranging everything according to the events of these 4 days. It was already late into the night, but none of the members of the 2 teams had fallen asleep. They were all gathered together to discuss the battle tactics for the next 4 days. Xia Jinyuan pointed to the sniper team duel in the last round, and Jun Yen said coldly, "We're using a single cycle method. Every member of our team needs to duel with every member of the Storm Commandos. Our teams have the same number of people, which means that each person will need to duel 21 times. It's the same for Xianxia. She needs to duel with all of you once. Those of you who have not seen her sniping before, take a good look at how she completes her sniping. It's a very beautiful sniping skill. Even if you can't learn it, just take a look." Chang'ing said, "I want to be the first to experience it."
Chapter 1591. Then I'll be the second, said Pigeon Hawk. Xianxia is more cowardly than me. I'll cheer him on from the back so that he won't faint from Qingniao. No one will come out to drag him back to the team. J5, who was sitting cross-legged, glanced at the two who spoke. The twins and the team had a tacit understanding of more than 98%, and they also had the legendary telepathy. The two of them were not to be trifled with. One of them attacked while the other defended. Their coordination was perfect. At the same time, they also liked challenging difficult things. Yesterday, the two brothers did not see Yi Qian's best firepower. They only heard their comrades discussing it, so it was normal for them to be aroused. J5 smiled and said, "Young man, you're brave. We have no problem with the two of you taking the lead." It was also good to let them see Qingniao's strength. He believed that the two brothers' expressions would be very interesting when the time came. It was just like when he saw Qingniao's strength back then. He could not believe that she was a student. He could not believe, how could a student be so strong? Take care, brothers. Pigeon nodded at the two of them and gave them her blessings in advance. Bai He, T6, V8, and finally the silent G3 and K7 gave them their blessings. Xia Jinyuan had no objections. He clapped his hands on the spot and said, "Okay, it's settled." He was afraid that the two brothers would go back on their word. Apart from their different personalities, their looks, temperament, and height were very similar. The two brothers looked at each other and had a bad feeling. Did they do something they shouldn't have done? Did they take the initiative to do something that Pigeon and the others didn't want to do? Although they had a bad feeling, the decision was already made and could not be changed, so there was no need to think about it. They looked at each other again and then nodded at Xia Jinyuan, indicating that they had no problems. Major Xia also nodded at them seriously. "Good luck, brothers. I have high hopes for you." Their courage was commendable. He just hoped that they wouldn't look too bad when the time came. Next, Xia Jinyuan finished talking about the confrontation projects for tomorrow and the next 2 days, as well as the 4th and 5th day. He also made tight arrangements and didn't dismiss them until 1:15 midnight. Li Jinyan's side had also been making arrangements. The reason why the battle between kings was so exciting was that they had carefully planned and deployed the entire battle. However, the battlefield was ever-changing. No matter how good your arrangements were, there would always be some things that deviated from your plan. At that time, it would depend on the commanding ability of the entire team. As the battle commanders, Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan had to be in charge of every match. Whether they were capable or not was clearly seen by the senior generals on the big screen. The battle in the mountains is the Snowfield Brigade's territory. This time, we are not looking to see if the Storm Amphibious Frogmen can defeat the Snowfield Brigade. We are mainly looking to see the Demon King's commanding ability and adaptability on the battlefield. Lieutenant General Xia's figure appeared on the big screen. His voice was clear and dignified as he conveyed the orders from the military. A newly formed Marine Special Force that has been established for less than a year and a half. We can be harsh on their training, but we can't deny their achievements based on their results. The military has seen the Storm Amphibious Frogmen Assault Team's efforts and have high hopes for them. This competition focuses on finding problems and solving them, not harsh criticism. Chapter 1592. Commander Dong, who was standing in front of the big screen, saluted and replied with a serious expression, "Yes, sir. We'll follow the military's arrangements." Not only did the military have high hopes for the two special forces in next year's competition, but so did the highest leaders in the Great Hall. Commander-in-Chief Xia conveyed the instructions of the highest leaders. Since there's a beginning, there must be a good ending. Train hard in the country and discover your own shortcomings. Use 120% of your determination to turn your shortcomings into your strengths. Then, use 120% of your perseverance to shoulder the responsibilities of a soldier.
Train hard and be strict with yourself for next year's competition. Finally, bring glory to the country and return with glory. Yes, sir. All the generals and soldiers in the command center stood at attention and saluted. They replied to the military and the Great Hall in a loud and confident voice. The 2 brigades with responsibilities had already set off with 25 kilograms of equipment. At 3:00 in the morning, an order came from the command center through the radio. The competition began. The 2 teams quickly entered the competition area and began the competition. At 6:00 in the morning, the water ghosts of the storm commandos who were crouching in the deep withered grass stared at the pine forest in front of them. 3 minutes later, 4 figures crouched and quickly approached the forest under the cover of the withered grass. 2 of them were scouting while the other 2 were on guard. After confirming that there were no problems at the edge of the forest, they sent a signal to their team members. The water ghosts crouching in the withered grass quickly advanced in groups of 2. Under their feet were thick withered pine needles that were so soft that they did not make a sound when stepped on. Due to the autumn rain last night, the entire forest was filled with a damp and rotten smell. Forward! Someone said in a low voice. Several figures were on guard while advancing quickly. Everyone's legs were slightly bent and their backs were slightly forward. They held their guns with both hands and entered the depths of the pine forest in a combat state where they were ready to shoot at any time. When they entered the forest, there was fog. It was not thick, but it was visible to the naked eye. It was like the handkerchief on the arm of a celestial being, ethereal and illusory. Everyone was wearing a forest combat uniform. The color was close to the color of the mountains and forests. It was a very good camouflage function. The way they advanced in groups of 2 belonged to the thin but not missed tactic. Once the other side was targeted, the other team members could react quickly. The birds on the branches carelessly chirped and flapped their wings. Their small bodies passed through the thick pine leaves and landed on another tree in the blink of an eye. The silent water ghosts suddenly reacted. Some of them quickly went behind the trees, some of them quickly squatted, some of them directly lay down, and some of them propped themselves up with their elbows. All of them quickly found the correct position. Bang bang bang. Countless gunshots broke the silence. The bullets shuttled through the air and instantly made the atmosphere in the forest extremely tense. The water ghosts were already in combat mode. When the gunshots rang out, the entire team reacted in unison and began to fight. Everyone, search and shoot. Li Jinyan's cold voice came through the earpiece. He and Yi Qian had finished clearing the first wave of obstacles and were already moving forward quickly. Obstacles cleared, forward. Following his voice, the hidden water ghosts quickly moved forward. At the same time, they quickly moved the rifles in their hands, aimed at the target, and pulled the trigger to complete the search and shoot. Once the obstacles in front of them were cleared, all the team members could not stay any longer. They needed to move forward quickly and finish shooting. Bang bang bang. Chapter 1593. The sound of gunfire continued in the pine forest. Every figure was incomparably vigorous as they advanced forward. The bullets that were shot out all hit their targets. Everyone's heart was very tense. Once the wrong target was hit, the score of this event would be all 0. This was a test of everyone's eyesight, vision, judgment, and reaction time. Only by excelling in all aspects could they pass safely. Devil King, 4 directions, 2 shooting points. Yi Qian was half kneeling on one knee. She had completed 2 shooting points in an instant. The shooting points were prepared by the local troops in advance and were controlled by the computer. When they entered the infrared surveillance zone, the control system sounded an alarm, and everyone immediately went into search shooting mode. This was similar to a hostage target. The difference was that they had to move forward, and the search area was larger. Li Jinyan quickly turned sideways. His gaze was so cold and sharp that it was like an icicle shining under the winter sun. He fired quickly and cooperated with Yi Jian to shoot at 2 points in 4 directions. Clear. Li Jinyan's back was close to Yi Jian. The two of them moved forward quickly, one in front and one behind. The pine forest was 2 kilometers long. Every once in a while, a new target would appear for the water ghosts to complete their search. When it was Yi Jian's turn to move forward, Li Jinyan noticed a problem. Her shooting was fast. What did it mean to be faster than him by 0 seconds? It meant that his first bullet had been fired, and her second bullet had already been fired. It meant that his shooting speed was twice as fast as hers. If this was on the battlefield, it meant that she had twice as much time to complete the battle as the others, and she would be able to clear all the targets before the enemy could react. With this kind of speed, even Li Jinyan, who had always been calm, was shocked. In the command center, the technicians were already analyzing Yi Jian's shooting speed, the number of bullets she had fired, and her hit rate. On the large screen, the female soldier's painted face was as cold as the male soldier's. Her gaze was even more murderous than the male soldier's. When the 3 sets of data came out, the technicians thought that they might have made a mistake. To be safe, they recalculated again. When they saw the results, the technicians who were holding the data sucked in a cold breath. What a terrifying shooting speed. He murmured and passed the data to the clerk beside him. He was responsible for sending it to the commanders in the command center. The members who entered the competition only had victory in their eyes. The Navy commander who was watching stared at the screen. Although he looked serious, his eyes were full of trust for his soldiers. Demon King Li's ability made him believe in the entire team's ability. When the clerk passed the data to him, the Navy commander took a rough look. His expression changed, but his face remained serious. Unchanging. He leaned forward slightly and whispered to the Major General of the army, who was watching the Shuayu team's search and shooting. "Old Yang, look at this data and see who it belongs to." His voice was a little low, but there was a hint of excitement in it. The Navy commander wanted to keep Dong Xuebing in suspense, but the Major General took a look at the data and laughed. "Old Dong, I don't need to guess anymore. I know whose data it is." "You know?" The Marine commander's body moved again, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. The suspected Major General laughed. "Of course I know. Why else do you think I spent so much effort to train her? I've watched this girl grow up." Chapter 1594. Major General's words forced the Navy commander to face reality. Old Yang was right. Yi Jian had indeed grown up under the army's watch. Last time, in order to allow her to join the Storm Commandos and train with Jinyan, Old Yang had sent her a set of personal information about Yi Jian. This information was classified as a military secret. As long as she exited after reading it, the system would automatically destroy the information. Yi Jian had been discovered by the army when she was still a middle school student. She had been carefully trained by the army. Now, he wanted to keep Yi Jian in the Navy. Old Yang didn't get angry and leave because he had good self-control. "Thank you, the army, for putting so much effort into training her. That's why I've seen such an excellent female soldier. This data." The Navy commander smiled and sighed. "I'm really shocked." He smiled at the existence of such a female soldier, but also sighed at the existence of such a female soldier, because she wasn't a member of the Navy. "When I found out how fast she could shoot, my reaction was similar to yours. I was shocked and a little skeptical. I didn't think it was possible for her to shoot that fast." Major General didn't care that the Navy commander wanted to poach Yi Jian. Everyone who had seen her knew how outstanding she was. It was normal for someone to want to poach her. Xia Jinyuan had discovered how fast she could shoot when she was on a mission in Pakistan. He had reported it to the army as soon as the mission was over. At that time, he was also quite surprised and didn't think it was possible. When he came back from Pakistan, he saw the video sent by the army with his own eyes. Only then did he believe that although the little girl was young, she was very capable. I've seen her results and her improvement. Major General took another set of data and compared it. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. She's improved. Her speed has increased, but her accuracy is still 100%. Very good. School life didn't make her regress. The Navy commander smiled. Old Yang, I want to steal her from you even more now. Why don't we give it a try? Let's see if she's willing to stay. You're bringing such a good soldier out for others to see. It's simply tempting. Ha ha ha, old Dong, you're not being kind. Major General Liu laughed even louder. He handed the data back to the Navy commander and replied with a smile, it's useless even if you try. We'll only know if it works after we try it. I think it's a good idea for Yi Qian to stay in the Navy. She has a bright future. The Marine commander really wants to try this time, so he said with a serious expression, Old Yang, I'm not joking with you, I do have such a plan. Major General Liu's smile didn't change. Sure, as long as she's willing to join the Navy, I won't stop her. However, Old Dong, let's make an agreement first. You can only move her with emotions and reason. You can't use your power to force her. As long as he agreed, everything would be fine. Although he had the intention of poaching, it was not his style to let a dignified commander do things secretly. Hearing this, the Navy commander solemnly replied, then you can rest assured. You should know how I, Old Dong, deal with things. Using force to threaten absolutely does not exist. As long as I know that she has no intention of joining the Navy, I will never use my power to oppress her. Using power to force someone to join the Navy would definitely cause a big problem. Yi Qian, who had completed the search and shoot, took a break with her comrades. They cleaned up their equipment and reloaded their magazines. Chapter 1595. With a click, Li Jinyan reloaded the magazine. When he looked up, he saw Yi Qian disassembling the bomb. Beside her was a male soldier from Fuzhou with the code name Big Fish. He was telling Yi Qian, the shell jammed, the bullet almost went off course. There are many reasons for a bullet to jam. Some of them are due to the huge reaction force after the bullet is fired, causing it to be unable to pass through the shell ejection port normally. Some of them are due to the fact that the first bullet in the ejection port did not return to its original position, causing the shell to jam. Although these situations are rare, this is the problem with this gun. Fixing the gun, unloading the gun, inspecting the gun shaft, these were all taught to Yi Qian by Uncle Zhen, who was a first-class sergeant. Now, what she said to her comrades was also taught by Uncle General from the day she touched the gun. Uncle Zhen taught Yi Qian how to recognize a gun, identify it, measure it, and unload it. He waited until she reached a certain level where she could assemble all kinds of guns with her eyes closed before teaching her how to fix a gun. She removed the barrel, unloaded the barrel, loosened the small parts, such as the recoil spring, the front and rear recoil spring guides. Then, she loosened the iron on the automatic mechanism, removed the hammer, reducer, and found the key to the problem. Big Fish was dumbfounded. Come, take a look here. There's no way to fix the ejection port. Let's manually return the thimble to its original position, then the ejection port will automatically return to its original position. Yi Qian used a blank bullet to move the thin, sharp, and extremely short thimble. With a soft clang, the ejection port returned to its original position. Yi Qian smiled at him. Her small face, which was covered in oil paint, was so gentle that it seemed to have a soft glow. It's fixed. You even know how to fix guns? Big Fish stuttered. In the beginning, he really thought she was joking. Who knew, she really knew how to fix guns. I know a little. I don't need to use big tools to fix the small problems. Now that the damaged parts had been fixed, it was time to assemble the gun. By the time Yi Qian finished speaking, she had already assembled the 3 parts. Her hand speed was so fast that Big Salmon's eyelids twitched. Li Jinyan had been watching her the entire time. He watched as she took Big Fish's gun and disassembled it skillfully as she spoke. Then, she accurately found the part that had the problem and finished assembling the gun in less than 3 minutes at a dazzling speed. He lowered his head and looked at the time. He had used 6 minutes. After returning the repaired rifle, Yi Qian said, "Don't worry about it jamming again. If you have any more problems, you can come and look for me again. You know how to repair guns?" Li Jinyan's voice came from the side. By the time Yi Qian turned to look, the tall and slender man was already sitting beside her. The thick paint on his face made it impossible to see his face clearly. Only his sharp and cold eyes gave Yi Qian a sense of familiarity. The Devil King, who had changed into his combat uniform, looked even more imposing than usual. With the thick paint on his face, he seemed to have become a different person. Yi Qian, who had been hugging his assault rifle, smiled and nodded. "I can solve normal problems. As long as I find the problem, I can also solve the more difficult problems. If it's more difficult, it will take more time. The army has indeed put in a lot of effort into training you." Li Jinyan nodded slightly. Then he said something that made Yi Qian a little stunned. "Join the navy?" Yi Qian couldn't help but be a little surprised. Did the commander say that? Chapter 1596. That's right, Li Jinyan was talking about this. He didn't think that there was anything to be surprised about, nor did he think that it was difficult to answer. Seeing that Yi Qian was a little surprised, he asked, "Are you surprised?" Of course, she was surprised. She was sent by the army to study as a soldier. Didn't the commander of the navy know that? Why would he still want her to join the navy? "I'm a little surprised, especially when I heard that you wanted me to join the navy." Yi Qian laughed. She couldn't guess what the devil was thinking. He seemed to have a deep personality, but sometimes he was very straightforward. For example, shouldn't he be a little more tactful when asking her this question? Li Jinyan seemed to have guessed Yi Qian's thoughts. He looked straight at Yi Qian with cold eyes. He didn't avoid her gaze and simply answered her, "You are very outstanding, so the commander of the navy wants you to stay." Isn't this a very normal thing? Yi Qian was speechless. Was this a very normal thing? This was directly trying to poach her. "You can think about it. Whether you want to stay or not, you just need to tell me the result." The devil was as concise as ever. He didn't say too much and only wanted to express his meaning clearly. As for why he didn't try to be tactful, the reason was simple. He didn't think that Yi Qian would stay, and she would tell him with certainty that she wouldn't stay. He didn't even need to think about it. Just as he counted to 2 in his heart, he heard Yi Qian reply with a smile, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Commander of the Navy. I'm really sorry, but I only want to stay in the army and become a soldier in the army's special forces." As he thought, there was no need to think about it. With a smile on her face, she answered him firmly. She didn't want to join the navy, and she had never thought of joining the navy. "Okay, I got it. You still have 2 minutes to rest. Tidy up your equipment." Li Jinyan got up after receiving the reply. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and looked at Yi Qian, who was already tidying up her equipment. "I believe in you. No matter which branch you are in, which position you are in, you will be an outstanding soldier." Yi Qian was like a ball of light wherever she went. She could illuminate and warm others. He had no reason not to believe that she would not become an outstanding soldier. At this moment, the female soldier Yi Qian was an outstanding soldier. A female soldier who could shoot faster than others would definitely have great achievements. She would definitely go further in her career and become a resounding rose that would be revered by everyone on the military road. After a short rest, they resumed their journey. The Storm Amphibious Frogman assault team marched at their fastest speed. They needed to be the first to complete all the tasks and then secretly hunt the members of the Snowfield Brigade. They wanted to bring it forward, and so did Xia Jinyuan. The final meeting point will be around this mountain lake. The Infernal King and the others are good swimmers, so there will definitely be an ambush around the mountain lake. J5, you take a team to surround the rear and trap them around the mountain lake. The rest of you, catch one and take care of one. Xia Jinyuan was still munching on the hardtack he had eaten for breakfast. He seized the time to prepare for the next step of the battle. J5 nodded to indicate that he had no problem with it. He thought for a moment and said, I'll leave the Qingniao side to you. It would be better if they won. But if they couldn't, then it would be a little awkward. Idiot. T6 glanced at him and said to Xia Jinyuan, I'll look for the Qingniao. Leave the rest to the scouts. Xia Jinyuan did not mind letting Yi Qian use his team members for practice. Alright, I'll leave the Qingniao side to you and the Infernal King side to me. None of you are to fight with me. Chapter 1597. No one in the Snowfield Brigade was going to compete with Xia Jinyuan, so they decided to let them handle the duel between two kings. The rest of the team could just watch from the sidelines. The Devil's overall strength was very strong, and only Q King was a match for him in the entire team. The Snowfield Brigade rested for 10 minutes after completing the search shot and knowing the next step of the battle. On the other side, J5 walked up to Xia Jinyuan and asked, Qingniao is very fast. Do you think the Navy will try to poach her after this competition? J5, who used to be an instructor, had always been more farsighted. Now that he thought about the possibility of Yi Qian being targeted by the Navy, he felt a little uneasy. Xia Jinyuan was sorting out the magazine. When he heard J5's question, he smiled and said, It's too late for you to worry. She has been training with Devil King Li's water ghost for 10 days, and they even fought together yesterday. The Navy already has a certain understanding of her strength. It's normal for them to want to poach her. His little fox was a ball of light wherever she went, so it was normal for the Navy to target her. J5 became anxious when he heard this. When he thought about the details of the two people switching guns during the search shot, his expression changed. He stared at Xia Jinyuan and asked very slowly, If that's the case, then we have to ask the Major General to step in. We can't let the Navy commander take her away. Looking at J5, who initially opposed Yi Jian's relationship with him and even talked to him several times, Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and deliberately said, If Cyan Bird really goes to the Navy, you should be the happiest. After all, at that time, you were afraid that something would happen between us. That's because you liked her when she was in junior high school. Of course I was afraid that something would happen between you two. J5 knew that he was doing it on purpose. He glared at him and said, The situation is different now. Qingniao is now a college student. She's already an adult. Why would I be afraid that something would happen between you two? Other than the fact that you can't get married, you can have sex with her. J5 was sometimes very tough when he spoke. Xia Jinyuan was shocked by his words. Soon, the thick-skinned major nodded seriously. You're right. J5 was puzzled. Q King, which part of what I said was right and which was wrong? Xia Jinyuan, who had finished loading the magazine, smiled at J5. His handsome face was obviously painted with thick paint, but J5 saw a trace of something he had never seen before, evil. That's right, it was evil. Even if he was wearing a combat suit, it couldn't hide his evil. When J5 blinked his eyes, he still saw the familiar painted face, as if he was only seeing things for a moment. Everything you said was right. Especially the part about, you can even do it in bed, it was very true. Major Xia looked at his comrade with sincere eyes and answered seriously, Don't worry, I won't let the Navy take Qingniao away. She can only be our comrade, a member of our Snowfield Brigade. J5 was convinced. Q King loved Qingniao so much. How could he be willing to let other troops take her away? However, he still had to be on his guard. But we still have to be careful, mainly because the other party is very strong. J5 moved closer and looked at Xia Jinyuan's face, stopping at his chest, and then at his crotch. Then he looked up again. Xia Jinyuan held the gun in his arms and said with a faint smile, "I'm a real husband. I'm a real man. Don't be jealous." Chapter 1598. This was a conversation between men, and only men could understand each other. J5 sighed. The Demon King is a true husband. He's the real deal. Q King, don't be overconfident. Not only do you have to be wary of the Navy commander, but you also have to be wary of the Demon King. He raised his hand and patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder. Although his facial expression is a little cold, he's not bad looking. He's very handsome. Compared to your handsomeness, Q King, he's very handsome. He really couldn't scare Xia Jinyuan. He couldn't deny that Demon King Li was indeed charming, but his little fox wasn't someone who was fickle. He had spent 4 years to get her nod. Could it be that she had fallen in love with someone else after spending less than 100 days with Demon King Li? In response to J5's earnest words, Major Xia Jinyuan directly replied with a creepy, gentle smile. No matter how powerful the Demon King is, he's just an instructor who taught Xianxia some skills. No matter how handsome and outstanding he is, he's still someone else's man. He had never doubted his little fox's sincerity, and he wouldn't worry about such things. Of course, it was still necessary to be jealous occasionally. No matter what, this young captain was always so confident, even when it came to love. In that case, should he do the same for himself? J5, who was slightly distracted, couldn't help but purse his lips. After a while, he nodded. You're right. No matter how outstanding the Demon King is, he's destined to be someone else's man. His expression was a little gloomy, and his tone was a little faint and indescribable melancholy. Xia Jinyuan was the same as Yi Qian. They both didn't like to pay attention to other people's private affairs. Although he noticed J5's strange expression, he smiled as usual. Yes, I believe in Xianxia, just like how Xianxia believes in me. A little more trust, a little more sincerity, a little more effort, and a little more effort, and you'll get all of it. It was time to rest. The members of the Snowfield Brigade set off on time. What awaited them ahead was a bloody hunt. Only by killing their opponents could they live. A confrontation was also a war. As long as there was war, there was bound to be slaughter. There would definitely be death and life. As soldiers, they had no choice in the face of war. Since they chose to live, their enemies must die. At 8:00 in the morning, the sky was still drizzling. The two teams carrying 25 kilograms of equipment set off again after a short rest. At noon, the storm commandos who were carrying 25 kilograms of equipment on their backs walked through a stream in the mountains. They walked past a piece of land that was abandoned and was not very tall. However, it was burnt by the fire and was covered in ash and black. The mountains that were mainly made of fir trees appeared in front of everyone. The voice of the scout in front came through the earpiece. They were in charge of scouting and had extremely sharp judgment. There was a big fire in the mountains. The fir trees are either broken or collapsed. I can already feel the pressure from the visual. Li Jinyan didn't let the team continue forward. They had been walking for 4 hours, and their stamina was obviously low. If they entered the mountains directly, they would definitely be dragged down by their stamina issues. He directly ordered, "Rest here for 20 minutes to replenish your stamina." Hearing this, Yi Qian sighed softly. Carrying 25 kilograms of combat equipment, he obviously felt his stamina drop. After all, they had been walking for 4 hours without a minute of rest. Chapter 1599. Now that she had 20 minutes to rest, it was enough for her to recover some of her strength. But before she could put down her equipment, Li Jinyan's voice came through the earpiece. "Qing Niao, come see me in 10 minutes. Li Jinyan, who had been discussed by the J5, continued to keep in contact with Yi Qian. He would even discuss everything with her. After witnessing Yi Qian's shooting speed, he immediately assigned her to be in the assault and sniper positions. She could adjust between the two positions according to the battle situation. Not only was she able to accurately calculate her shots to the point of 1 second, she was also able to calculate how much time it would take for each bullet to be fired. After that, when he was changing his gun during search shot, the second he took out the magazine, she had already loaded the assault rifle in her hand and handed it to him. Even though this was their first time working together, their coordination was like that of comrades who had fought side by side for many years. There was no pause in between. They exchanged guns, adjusted positions, and completed shooting. Everything was done perfectly. There were almost no mistakes. Demon King Li felt that it was a pleasure to fight side by side with such a female soldier. Yi Qian, who was about to rest, immediately replied, "I'll come over now." Rather than going over in 10 minutes, it was better to go over now. They were less than a meter apart. Yi Qian bent over and saw him open up the battle map. Under the helmet, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. "Come over and take a look. Tell me your suggestions." Li Jinyan looked up at her. Based on the feedback from the scouts, he said in a low voice, "There might be a hostage target next. You and I will attack from the front and eliminate a portion of the targets first." His slender finger pointed at the area marked in red on the battle map. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "From here, we will enter the battle zone between the two armies. We will arrive at around 6 p.m. tonight. If we arrive earlier than the Snowfield Brigade, it will be more advantageous for us to fight deeper. There is an inner lake in the battle zone. Swimming is our team's strength, but since King Q knows about it, he will definitely arrange snipers around the inner lake. Once our team members surface, they will be killed immediately. Give up on swimming in the inner lake. Use the time saved on going around the inner lake to achieve an even distribution of time." In the end, it was all about fighting for time and gaining the initiative. Yi Qian nodded. The Snowfield Brigade is good at assassinations. Once they take over the battle zone, we will be forced into a corner. Only by occupying advantageous terrain can we reduce the number of casualties to a certain extent. She didn't say that she could avoid casualties because that was impossible. Your analysis is correct. Therefore, we need to shorten the marching time. Now, there are still 15 minutes left. Take a break. Li Jinyan put away the combat map and asked the scout in front, "How many hidden routes did you find? Do you have 3? There was a buzzing sound coming from the earpiece, and after 2 minutes, the scout's voice came through. "There are only 2 paths. One is near the edge of the fir forest, and the other is from the abandoned farmland. Only these 2 places did not have serious burn marks. There were trees and withered grass to cover them as they entered the pitch-black forest. The burned forest was eerily silent. It probably hadn't been burned for long. After entering, they could still smell the smoke from the fire. Some of the short shrubs were directly burned to ashes, and the shorter trees were burned to the point where only their bare trunks were left. Looking at it made one's heart feel heavier.